another day. Thank you for being with us. The number 866-WEEDY-BIG. RickandBubba.com. That's Rick, spell out, and Bubba.com. That's where you land for everything Rick and Bubba. And we've got a lot there for you. Upcoming events. The store's got some new merch in it. Got to go check that out. And really getting pressured by my boys to get one of the new T-shirts that's out right now. So go there, check it all out. It's available, rickandbubba.com. Click on store. Also, we got show notes there on the homepage. Anytime we discuss topics on the show, maybe a story or two, or have a guest, all the links are always going to be there, so let that be your default. When you get to the office or get settled, you can always go to rickandbubba.com, and a link will be there on the homepage. All the social links are there as well, not only for the show, but each individual staff member. That is on the homepage just to the right side at rickandbubba.com. Give everybody a follow and make sure you're always in the loop with everything Rick and Bubba. All right, so we got the crew here. We got Eddie Van Adler. He's got TV rocking. We got to my right one Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. I am Speedy. That completes the Good Time Gang. What up, boys? How y'all doing? Huh?
Hey. Fired up, baby.
Are you sure you're fired up?
I am.
Oh, okay.
This is one of the reasons I'm fired up.
It's Masters Week, everybody. Everybody calm down. Masters, full effect. Mike Stone here. 1 week in April.
1 week in April. Azaleas blooming.
Boy, they are.
Oh.
An American treasure.
It is indeed.
Golly.
The rite of spring.
Oh, Greg, sway with me.
A patronation.
Wish I could take that back.
Augusta journey.
Didn't sound good.
Didn't sound good at all.
The destination you hold so deep.
Not a piece of grass out of place.
I love the master.
Oh, getting higher, Greg.
1 week in April.
I wish you were singing this so bad.
When I was young, I dreamed of presents under the tree.
I like that.
I love the master.
Mike Stone.
Don't we all?
I love the master.
All right, so let's go back.
So all he could come up with is, I love the master.
Well, Greg, he
Said
loves
it twice.
Greg, he loves the Masters.
Said it 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
The name of this song is I Love the Master.
I love the Masters. First round of the Masters tees off at Augusta.
Is that 1 week in April?
And Mike Stone, if you'll remember, brought us something, and just a little bit of Rick and Bubba history here. As we were searching for that, we found this.
Here we go.
Boys, music.
Do you remember the gold that we found in this song?
I sure do.
Mike Stone. Augusta and Ernie is the CD, but Hey Little Person is the song.
Hey, little person.
You remember
I
that?
don't know you, but I want.
Yeah, I remember.
It's a little creepy.
Hey, little person.
I wish that was Speedy singing.
I know.
To get to know you.
I wish I was like checking into the hotel and over to my right by a big piano that he's over there singing as I come in. That's what I've got. That's where I got Mike Stone.
I had myself sitting in an Italian restaurant eating lasagna, and he's over there playing the piano over there.
All right.
Hey, little person. I wish the video, it was actually him dating a little person.
Someone was refilling my tea glass, by the way, as he started playing it.
And hey, little person. I don't know you.
What if that was one of the challenges during tee off?
Has he got any more?
Everybody on the first tee, he was playing just beside the tee,
Well,
and you had to fight through it.
He's got 6 or 7 more on that
Oh,
album.
Sure he does.
Wow.
Yeah, he does.
We just didn't dive in.
Any more
that day.
tributes?
Oh man, don't make me play Hey Ernie.
Ernie?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I want to hear Ernie.
No, hold on. I got my glasses on now.
It's Arnie, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm leaning in now.
Yeah, it's
All right, we
Arnold
got
Oh,
Darling,
no,
I
he's
Love
got a song about
Yeah.
Arnold Palmer. He
Yeah.
really loves golfing. Like
Darling,
singing.
I Love You. God bless you, sweet darling.
Oh, wow.
That's cut 1.
Hmm.
1 week in April's got a star beside it, which means it's the most popular on the CD.
Yeah.
I don't know how in the world Hey Little
What about
Person
Arnie? How about that?
Mm.
How's that sound?
Let's see where we at. Thank you, Arnie. Where your
Arnie's not with us anymore.
Hey,
Went on in a few years ago.
Where your army?
Hmm.
Sorry about all this, Adler.
Well, I like this Masters.
Yeah. I do wish I could play the piano. What if I played the piano for him?
I'd rather you be singing.
And he leaned up against the piano and he's like, hey.
We celebrate the life today. Our hero from Latrobe, PA. Dear superstar, we
Latrobe,
watched you
PA.
play. We fell in love along
Do all our
the
songs sound the same,
way.
y'all? I mean, I could throw a little person at any moment.
Yeah. Oh. This is Darling, I Love You.
Darling, I love you.
That's going to be
What it's
it.
gonna say?
Darling.
Oh, it's
a little
got a little
different
bit of
pace.
upbeat.
Oh, wait. Everybody, here we go. Darling, I love you.
It's like the start of an award ceremony.
It does.
Hey, if you notice, his first lyrics are always the title of the song.
Yes.
You think it's going to start with Darling, I Love You?
Darling, I love you. Darling, I love you.
Darling, I love you.
I love that.
So sweet. Darling,
All right,
I
so-
love you.
If you're looking, I think my whole back just popped when I laughed. All right, so if you're searching your music, it's Mike Stone.
right.
Mike Stone.
All right.
Mike Stone.
And when the reason we played it because of
Augusta-
1 week in April.
Augusta
Sorry,
and
And the one
Arnie.
about the man from Latrobe, PA.
Mike Stone music, and it's Augusta and Arnie is the CD. There you go. Today, first round at Augusta starts today. If you remember, Dustin Johnson won it in November.
Five months ago.
won it.
That's a little crazy.
Golf course looks a lot different.
Yeah, they were talking about that yesterday about how it's
COVID
just
messed
totally
it up.
different now.
It was real wet and soft.
Yes, it was.
Now it's fast as lightning.
Hey, that dumb little person.
Hold your nose a little bit and do that.
It's fast as lightning. Hey, little person.
Do it. Do it. Hold it.
Hold your nose. Hey, little man. Very good.
You do it now.
He's going to do a song about Tiger Woods wrecking.
Oh, yeah.
Tiger Woods wrecked.
Went to the corner a little fast. Hit the gas instead of the brake.
We should
He's
be
had
laughing.
a lot of trouble.
That's pretty good.
They say he wasn't under the influence.
All right, so
but
we
the
got-
jury's still out.
All right, we got to go to break, but we do have a Tiger Woods update. They came out and really, I mean, is there really much of an update besides how he was going fast?
I like it. They've acted so weird about it. We can't release the findings until he says it was going too fast and wrecked. There it is.
There it is.
It's not some big conspiracy.
No. And I'm talking about
Hey, Tiger Woods.
it was 40-something speed limit. He was going 80-something, 84.
He was getting
at the time. Yeah.
He was going real fast.
Couldn't take the curve.
Hold your nose again. You got to do that.
He was going as fast as the greens at Augusta.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week is Jesse Cole. Now, you might go, well, who's Jesse Cole? He is the founder of the Savannah Bananas and Banana Baseball, and quite the entrepreneur. And we'll talk to him today and record Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and that will hit Saturday morning. So that is this week's guest. Looking forward to that. And then scheduled to appear next week is Mike Leach. So we'll see how that goes. Again, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. I've got something for you guys, and it's not, hey, little. It is. It's just a little sound here.
Hey, deadgum person. I don't know what happened.
That was weird because you didn't do much.
No,
All you did was just you got a little excited. I'll give you that.
You did.
You just slightly. All right. So Terry was telling me about this.
Is this
last
what
night.
you think about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was telling me about this last night. She's like, "You're not going to believe what I saw," and then she goes into detail about what she saw, and this is it. And I want y'all to see if you guys can tell me what's going on here. You ready?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna go right here. I'm gonna make a groove in there.
Sound like shears. Like we're shearing a sheep. We're shearing off somebody's hair.
Little boy, first haircut.
That's close.
Baby Alice's first haircut.
Oh, yeah.
No, the hair's close. Your
Uh-huh.
hair. Your hair.
28 years old. It's a little emotional, but I'm not gonna
28,
cry.
27 years old, she said.
Her hair?
No, I mean, I'm just saying what you said about they were cutting something. It's obvious.
Yeah, I heard shears.
Mm-hmm. What do y'all think?
They were shearing a sheep.
I don't know.
Somebody was-
I would have thought haircut, human haircut.
Well, did y'all hear that?
That was
We
tough
got a woman from Houston. Okay, she had let her fingernails grow to the point where she has the
Oh,
world's
my
longest
goodness.
fingernails. But she recently decided to cut them off after almost 30 years of
30
growing them.
years she grew her fingernails.
It was,
never
it was
understood
it was a little bit more than 28.
Don't you
The
know when
story
she
says
woke
almost
up
30.
the next day, she was like, wow.
They
So
were
I've
over.
been-
You ready for this? They were over 24 feet long.
Feet.
So each
I got to
nail
ask the uncomfortable question. She had to have help wiping.
combined. Here it is. Combined, they were over 24 feet long. So each nail was over 2 feet.
Well, somebody's out of a job now. Her butt wiper.
Mm.
She don't
Well,
need 'em
now,
no more.
well, and I asked Terry this last night walking. Like they're so long, and I'm holding my hands just kind of
First of all,
down and out.
what's the point in
She
having
said that
that's nasty.
Her nails were so long that she hadn't done this in over 20-something years. And what I'm doing is I'm making a fist, extending my hands.
I bet she
fingers.
shot a lot of people birds now that she can move her
So
hands.
now she said she just walked around like this all the
Always
time.
goes
And I
for
asked
it.
Terry,
That's how you test your hands.
and the first thing I go to is, I'm sorry, is the bathroom.
That's
And
what I'm saying.
how do you function in the bathroom? How do you take a shower?
There's a lot of things
How do you wash your hair?
That could cause a problem.
So anyway,
a lot of situations that having
Yeah.
I don't know.
gigantic nails.
I don't know how you can be a productive human being with nails like that.
Let me say this.
I just
though.
don't. I don't understand.
Let's say they said, Greg, you have to have nails. I would rather mine. I wish they would grow and just stay straight and long instead of curly.
Well, think about the
Picture about
handles,
6
though.
foot out in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be tough. but
You'd
I'm
have to sit in the
saying-
back seat to drive. You'd have to
Yeah.
remove the front seat.
Yeah.
yeah,
It'd
you
be-
can play
it'd
the
be-
drums from here.
I could.
All right, so here's the deal.
I mean, you can't do anything with those, even the curl like
You
that.
might as well not have any hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have no
I mean,
use of your hands because you wanted to have a record. Now, you did this for 20-something years.
Right.
You're right.
What did she do for a living? Did it say?
It
I'm
does-
sorry. I'm asking questions.
I know. Here you go. But
Must
those
be
are good.
something with
Those
her
are
feet.
good questions. I'll tell you that. So
I want to see
anyway,
somebody grow toenails.
so she had them cut off with a rotary saw. That's what you heard.
You'd have to, I guess. Goodness.
She went to a professional doctor in Fort Worth to have that done. They're now going to be on display at Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum in Orlando.
I was just about to ask, did they sack them up and throw them away? or
because
what?
she does have the world's largest fingernails, letting them grow over 28 years.
Well, she can have that record because
And we
I'll
all-
never challenge it.
and we
So,
all
okay,
we
so-
all remember the Dumb and Dumber episode scene, right? This is where he's getting his stuff cut off.
That's on his feet.
Yeah, the pedicure on his feet. It's just it's quite the story
That's
today. And
disgusting.
Terry was telling me about
What
that,
it
and I was
is.
like,
It's
you've
disgusting.
got to
I
be
bet
killing
the
me.
relief, they're thinking, golly,
Yeah.
I completely forgot how good this was.
I
actually
know.
Can wave and scratch my own head. And
I'm looking at them now, and so for the first time, and I don't. How do you function?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I keep going back to that question. How do you function in life?
All right, let me ask you a question. Is there anything y'all wouldn't cut for 28 years? Hair, I guess that's about it.
No.
Hair,
I can't
fingernails,
think of anything I'd
anything?
let go.
Nose hair,
Oh, imagine that.
eyebrows.
I mean, if there's a check involved, there's always a discussion to be
So
had.
I'm gonna
But,
have to wait that many
but I
years
don't.
to get it.
But I don't understand. I mean, how serious business? How do you make a living if your fingernails are 24 foot long?
You don't.
How do you make a living?
You're
can't.
disabled. You can't.
You really
drive.
are.
You can't do anything.
No, because like I said, in the interview, she said that her hands would just, her
And they
fingers,
curl
her finger,
back towards her body.
right? They would just
you
hang
have
down.
video
Her
of that?
fingers, huh?
Did you have video of that?
Of them cutting it?
Yeah.
Greg.
It's in the
Greg.
story. Oh wow. Yeah, it's wow. And when they cut them, it's just like it's just
That's crazy.
it's really gross, to be honest with you. And Terry said they had to saw them off out a little bit so that they wouldn't damage her fingernail, the bed or whatever in her fingernail or something. I don't know what it's called. I mean, something along that line, so it wouldn't.
This is
cause
like,
any pain.
I mean, honestly, seriously, this would be like being in prison and being let out after 30 years. You're being able to do things
She's gonna
that
think,
you.
why did I
Greg,
wait
Adler's
this
been
long?
showing some stuff, but there's a little bit more for you.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
that's tough.
right. So that's the sound of the day. I
How
had
you,
for
how
you.
you,
Nice,
how you
that's
pick up a
nasty.
hamburger and eat it right there?
You can't.
A slice of pizza.
can't.
I mean, how has any of that happened? And to y'all's ultimate point, how do you take care of yourself?
Right.
I mean,
from
showering to going number 2,
blowing your nose,
going number 1 for a woman. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't get.
How do you
any
put
of this.
makeup on? How do you,
Well,
being a woman, how do you put
anything.
blow
Very
your nose?
carefully? I'll tell you that.
How do you brush your teeth?
Right, just every day.
You can't. Just,
I mean,
like
do you
you
brush
said,
your
you might
teeth
as well
like-
have no hands. You might as
How
well.
do you do? I mean,
Oh, wow.
well, that was terrible.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Adler
It
didn't
was
see that.
terrible.
I was trying to brush my teeth.
I just looked up.
Well, I was trying to brush my teeth.
We brush our teeth a lot different than you do.
evidently.
Well, I mean, you got to go. You got to work the toothbrush, don't you? So is she holding it with her palm over her
She's
hand?
probably got an electric toothbrush like I do.
What does she do? Just lean over and how do you? Because you can't do anything with
Them
those
nails.
Nails. World's longest nails been cut off. Good gracious alive.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I don't know about you guys. Shaquille O'Neal, old Shaq, he's something else.
Man.
Yeah, the big diesel. The diesel.
I like Shaq.
It's not bad. Everybody tries to do their Shaq voice. And there's every now and then on social media, there's always video of him doing something, just being is he a deputy or something? Isn't he a sheriff's deputy? Didn't he get his, or wasn't he something like that?
I know he played one in a movie.
Yeah.
But a
right.
policeman.
I like helping people, Speedy.
Right. But I know he's gone on rides with,
I think you're right.
Yeah. And I mean, I've seen them stop and help people on the side of the road. He just always seems like he's
a fun-loving with a servant's heart.
Yeah.
That's him. I mean, he just a giant.
And you said there's a documentary involved with him, and we'll go back to that. But yesterday, there was a story that came out with video of him at a Zales store in Atlanta, and he surprised a stranger when he walked by and saw that the young man was having difficulties trying to pay off, I guess, an engagement ring or something.
Yeah.
And Shaq basically just handed the person checking the guy out, just handed him his credit card and said, "Here you go, take care of it." And here's Shaq talking about it, which is, I thought, pretty interesting because, I mean, just hearing him talk about it's kind of funny, and we'll all try to talk like Shaq, but just listen to how he kind of approached it.
I seen the guy come in. He was just so shy. He was saying, "Hey, how much do I owe to pay off my ring?" It was just, and I was like, "My man, how much is the ring?" And this is something that I do every day. The other day, me and my mom went furniture shopping, and this lady, she had a autistic daughter, and she was also looking to pay for some furniture. And I just took care of it. So I'm into making people happy. So whenever I leave the house, I just try to do a good deed.
And that's kind of him breaking that down. And Adler, are you pushing audio out of that? Okay, give him a second. The video that Adler was showing on TV also has a little bit of audio to it about the encounter at the checkout. Take a listen.
I appreciate it. What's your name?
Dalton.
This is the first time. Every time you come in here, I always get on 30 minutes before you come in here.
The employee acts like they're friends. And
So I'd like to see the guy who bought the ring for give him a little
Well,
more.
that's what I was going to bring up.
He might be a little embarrassed.
And Terry
he didn't know what to think. First of all, I got mask on.
Right.
And I'm going, I think that's Shaq.
Yeah, you think? There's no...
there's a lot of giants with mask on.
Well...
the diesel. But the point is...
You could tell the guy was looking up at him like...
But wouldn't y'all like to see him give him a little more?
Yeah. Now, Terry claims last night when we were breaking this down, Terry said, well, honey, you think he's in shock. He can't believe... He
probably is. It was
he
more
can't
that
believe
than
what's
anything.
happening. And that's a 15-second video. It could be that after
He
it was
ran
over,
him
he
down and
went
said,
over.
I didn't give you much.
Yeah, thank you so much. But he paid it off.
Wow.
And Shaq says he does it all the time. Raise your hand if you'd like to get a schedule.
I was going to say, Speedy will now be following Shaq everywhere he goes.
And
hey, look, Shaq, I'm buying something over here.
Right.
Trying to get a new car.
Let's say that you're Shaq, okay? And
There's
I've got
some bald guy from Alabama.
Right.
Keeps following me around. I'm going to do something about it.
You know how I am with I'll fake a phone call.
Yes.
Did it yesterday. But I would walk by him and just stand there and go, do what, honey? Well, how much do we owe for it to pay off?
How late is it?
Oh, no. What are we going to do?
We don't have the money.
Well, yeah. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You look like Shaq.
Look, can you call and see if we can just get to the 15th?
Man, I wish Chuck was here.
And then
Him
all
and
of a sudden,
Kenny.
Chuck?
I wish Chuck and Kenny were here. They could help pay for it.
and then all of a sudden you hear, excuse me, sir.
I'd ask Ernie,
Okay.
but he don't have any money.
Yeah, I'm not watching that clip again because I want that guy to give him more.
I know, it's tough.
It's like somebody winning on 12 working days of Christmas and going, hey, thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
The
man.
comments under the
you.
when they put that out, the comments are funny.
Everybody's saying
Oh
the same
yeah,
thing.
a couple of things. In order to like look to the left or right, Shaq has to turn his whole body, and everybody was having fun with that. And the other one was what people acted like Shaq did for the guy, but it was just like real small, like hey, you bought him lunch or something.
Yeah,
he just paid off your ring, buddy.
Yeah, you're acting like he picked up your he in drive-through ahead of you and he got your order.
Now the NBA on the NBA on TNT, you forget, but that crew with Ernie, was it Kenny, Shaq, and Charles? They've been together how long?
I don't know how long they've been together,
they've
but
been
the
together a minute.
show has been in its existence since Ernie started doing it by himself, 30 years.
Wow.
Now, the reason you're bringing this up is on, I think it's HBO Max is where I was looking for something to watch last night, and it's called The Inside Story, and it is a documentary about the evolution of this show.
Yeah.
And how each member came on and why and where they were at in their career as far as basketball goes. Yeah. Excellent documentary. So I got caught up in it last night and watched it, and it is awesome.
So the 4-part episode, does each episode focus on, like you're saying, that one individual at a time?
I think the order is Ernie, Kenny, because it goes in the order in which they join the show.
Okay.
So Ernie's first, phenomenal story. Of course, we know his dad from being a Braves announcer way back in the day.
Right.
And then he had a run with cancer back in 2003 to 2006, and he documents all of that. And just the behind the scenes of the radio and television business we love. It's awesome. And then you had Kenny join, and man, he was such a natural at doing this on TV.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, he had got a phone call. He had got a phone call from another team wanting him to play, and he thought, "Yeah, man, basketball is what I know, and I've still got a little left in me." And Craig Sager, who was within the Turner family at that time, pulled him aside. He heard him talking on the phone to this general manager of an NBA team. And he's like, "Are you really thinking about going back and playing?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I mean, that's all I know, man." He goes, "You need to understand something. You can be you're really good at this. Like you're a natural. You can be this can be the rest of your life if you want it to be." And he said if it wasn't for Craig Sager pulling him aside and saying that, he probably would have went back and played. And then you bring in Charles, and that we all love Charles. It's hilarious, and the way and then Shaq was the most recent addition of the last few years. That show, I don't give it enough.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's but one, it's on late, and two, it's I'm not a big NBA fan, but I mean, I think I should be watching it because I enjoy these 4 personalities together.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Speak to, without giving the whole thing away, and again, we're talking about, what's the name of it again?
The Inside Story.
The Inside Story. It's a
documentary
it's part
on
of the
HBO
documentary
Max.
series on HBO Max, and it breaks down the show. And talk about Ted Turner and Shaquille O'Neal.
So, funny story. So, Ted Turner, obviously, he was a visionary. He saw these things going on in sports and thought, hey, this is the next moneymaker. And so he invested bought the Hawks and bought the Braves. And Shaq saw him, and he was not working with the Turner. I think he had sold all his Turner stuff at that time or whatever. He hadn't been their boss in quite some time.
Right.
And Shaq had never met Ted Turner. And he thought, I've always wanted to meet this guy. And so he walked up to him. Shaq tells it that Ted Turner actually hurt his feelings because he didn't know who he was. He walked up to him and said, "Hey, Mr. Turner, I just want to introduce myself to you. I've always wanted to meet you." And I can't say exactly what was said, but Ted Turner ultimately said to Shaq, who he didn't know who he was, "Man, you're a big guy. Why don't you join the Army? We need you in the Army."
In the Army.
And Shaq was like, he hurt my feelings because, I mean, first of all, I thought Ted Turner probably knew who I was. I had a pretty good career in the NBA. And Charles had to go, hey, Shaq, don't take it too personal. He really knows nothing about sports. He knows everything about money and investments and those type things. And by the way, he hadn't been our boss for like 8 years. So don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
But it was funny to hear just the whole inside. Well, it's called The Inside Story.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, breaks it all down. And so I saw it, I guess it was yesterday, and I was like, man, do I have time for this? I looked and saw that it was 4 episodes, and it looked like each one of them focused on each individual because it had a little excerpt of what it was going to be about. So that looks interesting for sure.
It's funny because you had Kenny, who was a natural. You had Charles, who was the Greg Burgess of that show.
Yep.
And hearing people talk about Charles, like we never know what he's going to do. He's going to get us in trouble. And then Shaq, they said he was horrible at doing this for like the first 3 or 4 weeks, and they had to really coach him. Just be yourself, Shaq. Just be yourself.
It's good stuff. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. This portion of the show is brought to you by HelloFresh.com. That's right, HelloFresh.com. They send fresh ingredient sources directly from growers delivered from the farm to your front door in under a week. With more than 25 recipes to choose from every week, there's truly something for everyone. HelloFresh recipe cards are easy to follow, too, with simple steps and pictures to help you get meals on the table in no time. I mean, we're talking about no more meal planning. We're talking about, dinners ready in 20 minutes or less. Quick breakfasts, lunches, snacks, it's all there. HelloFresh.com. And you need to check them out now because for a limited time only, you'll get 12 free meals plus free shipping at HelloFresh.com when you use promo code BUBBA. That's 12 free meals plus free shipping with promo code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com. Let it come right to your front door. HelloFresh.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. But make sure you use that promo code BUBBA to unlock those savings.
Got an email I have to share real quick. It'll only take a minute. The title is Thanks for Nothing, and it's from David.
All right.
He says, as if I did not have enough to worry about every morning, now I have to decide if the nurdle on my toothbrush is too much or too little. It's probably been a month since you guys brought this new word to the table, but here I am thinking about it, standing in my bathroom at 5 a.m., wondering if my nurdle is appropriate.
Is your nurdle enough?
Is your nurdle
to get
enough?
the job done?
Wow.
How about that?
Old nurdle.
Thanks for nothing.
Did y'all see?
Sorry, David.
Did y'all see the email of the person that woke up and said they were dreaming about the show and they had to email us immediately?
I did see the email. I have not read through it because it was a very long and detailed, and I wanted to give it enough.
It was almost. It was very similar to your Tinkle It Too,
okay.
but it was more of I had a dream and woke up and I had to get it off my mind and let y'all know what was going on. But your Tinkle It Too was if you wake up in the middle of the night. Normally yours is.
We're always
2.
thinking about something,
and we do struggle, and we've talked to you about a grown man saying tinkle, but you do. And so we named it Tinkle It Too about what comes to your mind when
I would prefer to say the audience can't handle.
Okay, all right, got it.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
All right.
There's I'd get emails all day about how that's a bad word.
Gotcha.
How dare can you say that?
Yeah. Is that the voice?
Hey, aren't you a Christian? You can't say that word.
Oh, now we're talking like that.
Well,
Okay.
I mean,
bullying
goodness.
letter when they accused us of not being very.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd prefer not to say tinkle. Okay.
Right. Okay. Well,
but
we're good with it.
I guess I could say urinate.
Yeah, urinate. That's a medical term.
Urinate at 2. See,
what about use the bathroom at 2?
Well, see, that didn't tinkle at 2 flows really well.
No,
I got one. I'll tell y'all off air.
Well, that's what. Hey, you know what, Greg? That's what I would say too normally.
All right, so mine was.
I don't understand some of these words that we just deem horrific or bad natured, and they're not even close to that.
Yeah. How about mine was at 12:30 last night.
I had a weird one.
I was thinking that where we live, and some of you right now that are watching or listening are getting hard rain, and it didn't look like anything that's
the hard rain we were supposed to get.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be driving in.
I know.
And so
I'm glad I was.
I woke up. I woke up at 12:30, and even though we had our little notification set up, they would go off. I went and said, "Well, while I'm up, let me go ahead and check the radar." And so I checked the radar, and
Wait a minute. So you get in the middle of the night and take a leak and say, "Well, I'm up. I need to check the radar."
That was his tinkle it too.
Yeah.
That's his thought. That's what I was thinking about.
Well, the phone.
I'd been too sleepy to check the radar.
Well, I was just like, let me. You got, when you got kids, parents in Huntsville, one up towards Coleman, one down towards. I'm just
your family spread out.
I'm just saying, let me see what's happening, and it was just all splitting.
Because if you mess up and you start having to pay attention too much, you're gonna wake up and can't go back to sleep.
That's a good point.
If you make your brain work too much,
and then Terry will go, "What are you doing?"
She's half star.
What is she 80 now?
Yeah.
Huh?
I've seen Terry in a while. Realize she at age.
What are you doing? Why are you checking?
Well, I don't know why I got her drunk, but she's not. She was more sleepy.
Well,
give me
sleepy and drunk.
Give me sleepy voice.
Hey, that's kind of
okay. Oh, I like how you have to close your eyes.
I had to because I had to be sleepy. I mean. But you know what I'm saying? You get to digging and thinking too much. Mm-hmm. Like, let me check that. I mean, you're going to look and you're awake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Stare at the ceiling.
I know. Yeah, but she was basically, is everything okay?
What are you doing?
Everything is storming.
I see dead people.
No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I was like, I said, and for some reason I whisper, I'm singing, I'm just checking.
Everybody's whispering.
Even though there's nobody around that I could wake up. Something if you talk loud. Now she did scare me this morning when I woke up with the main alarm. I guess I didn't hit it in time, or I hit snooze too many times, and she with a really loud voice, which scared me. Well, good morning. And I was like, it scared me a little bit. Like I wasn't expecting that. It just came from the covers over beside me
in the darkness.
Yes, you know.
I think I hit snooze one time than I normally do.
Yeah,
I was
struggling.
One extra.
I got to admit, I was struggling a little bit today. I hit snooze.
You ever get up and go, ooh, I'm a little later than I wanted to be?
I had a weird deal happen. So, and this never happened. This is the first time it's happened in, I don't know, years. Went to sleep at, I don't know, it's like 9:30, 9:35. I remember shutting the TV off, and I went straight to bed. And woke up because I had to use the restroom, and I thought, okay, here's my anywhere from 2:30 to 3:30. Get up and go in the bathroom. The tinkle at 2. So I go in there and use the bathroom, and I come back, and I look at my phone to see what time it is. 10:36. I'd been asleep for less than an hour.
Oh, wow.
And you woke up thinking.
And I felt great.
Yeah,
like I had energy, and I'm like, man, this is going to be a good day. And all of a
I
sudden,
got to go back to sleep.
And of course, then you struggle to go back to sleep. And
how about those people that
you
wake
in
up?
Deep enough sleep when you woke up.
How about those people that wake up and they can't go? They just stay up. They're like,
I've never been that.
I'm
guy.
up.
I do that sometimes
if I
on
wake
the
up,
weekends.
I'm back to sleep.
But I'm talking about like I've ran into a guy who said, oh yeah, 3:34 every morning I'm up.
No,
and I'm like, what?
Then
What do you do?
That's some kind
I'm like,
of medical condition.
I'm like, where are you going? What do you do? Nothing. I just go to the couch and get some coffee and hang. I'm like, what? You can't roll over.
And you
go
don't
back
have to
sleep?
be up at that time.
What?
Mine's not that early on the weekend.
Little hiccup.
I did. I was
I
burp.
If
I don't know
let
what's going on.
I can sleep to 12 o'clock if I let myself.
See, I can't do that. I
At
feel worse.
Noon, 12 o'clock noon.
Yep, on Saturdays if I let myself.
Just keep rolling. Or
Yeah.
would you wake up at all?
Oh yeah, I'd wake up. I just have to go back to sleep.
5:36 is about when I get up on weekends.
No, 8.
I'm usually sipping on coffee
Did
by
you say
6 o'clock.
5:36 or 5:30?
5:30 or 6.
I thought you said 5:36. I was like, wow, you're very
I'm
precise.
awful
8 o'clock.
strategic on the weekends.
I'm an 8 o'clock guy.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm a 7 guy. I'm a 7 o'clock.
Now I can stretch
wish
it
I
to
was.
9 easy.
Yeah. Oh, now look, if we don't have anything going on, now that 7 can roll over and be 9 in a second.
Easy.
In a second.
I like to wake up on Saturday at like 3 and think I got to get up and realize I don't.
That's a good
yeah,
feeling.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful feeling, actually. Yeah.
Go, ha-ha.
Aha. Tricked you. I'm going back to sleep.
I'm out.
Huh. All right, who wants to go back to bed now?
Yeah, I'm tired.
I'm up now.
Can't keep my eyes open.
Can't keep my eyes open. All right, so today is going to be kind of cool.
Really?
And I got a little bit of anxiety about this because even though
one
he's,
thing I want to talk about.
you know, he's committed to being a guest, but I don't know why I'm a little nervous about it. I'm always that way. But Jesse Cole, who founded Savannah Bananas and Banana Baseball, is going to be our featured guest in this week's Rick and Bubba University podcast, and looking forward to it. He seems pretty
Hannah
cool.
Bananas.
And how about this? He's got his own little podcast as well.
It's called Banana Ball.
Business done differently. He's quite the entrepreneur, and
he is.
And has done really well for himself. He and his wife Emily, and so looking forward to him being this week's featured guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We talked about banana baseball not too long ago, and
Interesting
and
concept.
this kind of started. I don't know, kind of, I guess, ballooning on the show, and we started doing segments
Didn't a
on it. And
caller
everybody
bring
was
it
like,
up?
I guess so. I
think a
can't remember
caller brought it
how it happened. Then we started looking into
Said,
it,
"Hey,
and they
y'all
were
seen
down in
Banana Baseball?"
Then they were down in Mobile for the weekend and stuff.
You
and,
went, remember?
and before you know it, we're talking to Jesse, trying to get him on the old podcast. So that's today. We record that today, and it hits Saturday morning when we're trying to go back to sleep.
Yeah.
That's when it'll hit.
That's right.
866 We Be Big, our number. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us right after this top of the hour break, so don't you go anywhere. The main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we thank you for being with us. A brand new hour is beginning, and we will start this hour with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program. We hope that you will take time to be with us. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That is the number to be actually on the show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix again today. So Team Rick and Bubba here. Got the entire lineup, the depth chart. We're ready. And we'll unpack the stories of the day. Oh, my goodness. We'll roll through another pack of them. And whatever you bring up as well. Let's get them all in here. We're missing one. Anybody seen number 12? Anybody seen 12? He's got 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. The silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Here I am. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show.
How about it, Dr. Hook?
That's when I had the full name.
Yep.
And, and so one of the things we talk about.
I saw them perform, I know, twice. I can't remember where it was, though. Yeah.
Wow. Was it some sort of fest of some kind?
I don't know what it was. I'm trying to think back.
Because, sometimes you won't see somebody, but if you go to a fest, you got a shot at it.
Did we see them in Gadsden one time at something?
In my memory, no. But that doesn't matter because my memory, hard to trust it now sometimes. This is my friend Memory. At one time, he was very trustworthy.
Well, I told Helms this morning, there's something I do with my email every day, and I do it second nature. I never,
off the spine.
On highlighting things and doing things with it.
Off the spine.
And this morning, I hit something wrong, and it didn't work.
Oh, my God.
And I looked down, and I went, I don't even know how I've been doing that. It was so second nature, and I was like,
I've had those.
I had to ask for assistance.
I've had those.
What was I doing?
I've had that happen. I've had that happen.
It's kind of like typing, and you never look down to see where the S is, and then all of a sudden you can't find the S, and you go, where did it go?
It's the weirdest. Yeah, so strange. It's not good. I don't think it's a good sign at all.
Well, Rick, no one said it was something I was proud of.
All right.
I just felt like I needed to get it off my chest.
Yeah. Well, and I hope you did. You get
I
help?
think I got it.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, it was really simpler. I was trying to make it too complicated.
All right, so we have other things to discuss. A lot of updates today. I tell you, I'm fired up by Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. And I'm going to test your memory again. You have any idea who we're interviewing today?
I will in just a minute.
That's not, you can't cheat.
Up,
no, you can't cheat. Do you remember? You remember when somebody called and talked to us about the Savannah Bananas and banana ball?
Yes, that's right.
There it is. We're going to interview the creator, the founder of Fans First Entertainment, and he is the one that said, "I'm sick and tired of how slow baseball is. No wonder no one likes it." And they've invented a version of fast-paced, moving baseball called banana ball. And we will interview Jesse Cole about banana ball and how he decided to do this on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. It'll be recorded. It'll come out this weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
there's
that.
one part here, and I really like the changes they've made for banana ball. The only one I don't think I like, and where are you, Speedy and Helms, on this? No bunting.
No bunting?
Yeah.
No small ball?
See, I like small ball.
I'm okay.
Huh?
I'm okay.
You don't.
I mean,
but I mean, to me, that doesn't slow the game down. I mean, that's a play. Actually, I think you may get the ball in play quicker with doing that.
Yeah, I like.
But
I
does
like
a fan
bunting.
does a fan want to see a bunt?
Oh, I think so. Catcher run out there and try to gun him at first. I think that's a great play.
It's no long ball.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, yeah.
How about he also has his own podcast, Business Done Differently. He's quite the entrepreneur, guys. He started a lot. He and his wife Emily have started a lot of businesses.
We'll jump into that.
Yeah.
You know what I wonder?
I'd like to see what changes he might make to football.
I wonder
or basketball.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes, back to the bunting, and I don't know this to be a fact. I know because you guys are fans. But I wonder sometimes if bunting isn't in the music. In the music world, we've all been to see the artist or the band that goes into this period of long solos and drawn out the songs. And you look around at one point, and you realize they're doing this for themselves. It's self-indulgent.
Right.
It really isn't for the fans. And so is bunting something that's kind of baseball self-indulgent? Baseball people like it because it's kind of it's something they would enjoy, but the mass audience is like, I could do it.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you my thoughts on bunting. You have people who drag bunt, which is basically you're trying to hit an infield hit and get to first base. You have sacrifice bunting, and to me that's one of the more at least when I was playing. To me, one of the most fun plays because somebody lays down a bunt, and depending on where the runners are, you have a lot of strategy there. And you have a catcher, trying to get the ball. The pitcher's coming off the mound. If it's hit a little hard, the catcher's got to tell him where to throw. He may turn around and throw to third base without looking. He may throw to second base. He may just get the out at first and let him move the runners. If the catcher picks it up, he has a view of the field. So you have a lot of bang plays in that. I like that part of it.
Would y'all agree with
first and third are crashing?
Oh yeah,
who covers first, and then who's going to get
a lot
back
of
to
strategy.
third?
Yeah, the pitcher's owning us. We can't do anything with him, so let's just start playing small ball.
Do y'all agree with this though? I do think bunting should be removed from kickball. When people bunt and kickball,
I didn't realize that was going on.
It aggravates me to no end. I just saw it the last couple of days down at a park I was walking.
No, you can't.
Saw somebody bunt and kickball.
And Rick,
you can't bunt and kickball.
What about in baseball when he squares around, first and third runs in, and he backs up and swings?
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. And we'll update you on all the stories of the day if you want to continue to walk with us. All right, so got an email. We all own it, and we have this happen from time to time, and this is in the genre of I had a dream that featured the Rick and Bubba Show. What does this mean? And one of the questions this guy's asking is, does it mean I listen to the show too much? He said, I listen 26 hours a week. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's I don't think there's any such thing as too much Rick and Bubba.
No, I don't.
That's my own personal.
That's my feeling too.
So here's what he said. He says, I'm literally laying in bed after I just woke up from this dream that I have to tell you about. And by the way, if you have dreams, I've always noticed, if you go ahead and make some notes and you'll talk about it as soon as you wake up, because you go through the day, you start forgetting.
Yeah, it doesn't take long.
No,
it doesn't take a shower and you can forget it all.
He said, in this dream, I was standing in line at Hardee's in Tennessee.
I love that.
That's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Weird.
Undoubtedly, he spends a lot of time at Hardee's as well, not just the Rick and Bubba Show. Joe Biden showed up to give a speech. He went behind the counter and picked up a bug bomb that he accidentally triggered.
Okay.
A lot of symbolism here.
Like a fogger?
Yeah, a lot of symbolism here. He started walking around the kitchen of this Hardee's with the chemical spraying while the employees stood frozen with no idea how to react. My reaction was to call in to Rick and Bubba and report on this.
Okay. Thank you.
You guys were live on the air, and then you jumped into the Funmobile. He saw that in his dream.
Okay, still got it.
And began to drive to Tennessee to cover this situation. You did the whole drive up to Tennessee live on the air.
All right.
That sounds like something we
have done that before.
Right.
We have done the entire show behind our moving mobile.
Right. When you arrived in Hardee's, Bubba decided to do a recreation of what had happened, but he used a fire extinguisher as a stand-in for the bug bomb.
We're really messing that restaurant up.
Bubba proceeded to cover the whole restaurant in white foam. Ambulances showed up to treat everyone who required help, and as Rick signed off the show to end it, I woke up.
All right.
Do I need to speak to a therapist? Is 26 hours a week too much Rick and Bubba? Would calling into the show be a proper response to the president setting off a bug bomb if I was at a fast food restaurant? I have so many questions and no idea how I'm going back to sleep now. And this came to us at 12:16 a.m.
You know, to begin with, I think that we need to have a question about what you're eating before you go to bed.
Right.
And you always call the show. I think that's a given.
Right.
You know, I would be more concerned with a bug bomb going off than the fire extinguisher because that's poison. So, and I do not think you're listening too much.
No. You may be eating at Hardee's too much.
Right.
So
or you may be eating too late before you go to bed at night.
So breaking down the dream, does it basically mean Biden ruins everything?
I can see that easily.
Yeah.
Bubba's reenactment, I guess, Bubba, you know, if you ever want people to understand the severity of something, you must use examples that get their attention.
Right.
Yeah.
You point out the absurd with the absurd.
In my mind, what you're doing is you're saying, as you foam the whole place, this is what it looks like if Biden gets his way.
Yeah.
He will be everywhere. He will.
It's going to be worse.
Everything.
It's not just going to be we're poisoned. We're going to be covered with fire extinguisher foam.
As we've said, as Dennis Prager said.
Is that an ABC one? Do we know?
You know, as Prager said, and we quote him often on this because I love it now. Everything the left touches, they ruin.
Yeah.
And so that's the. I think that's what you're trying to show everybody.
Well, and I think too, a key word in here is accidentally triggered, meaning he really didn't know what he was doing.
Right.
That's a very key part of this entire deal.
It really is. And
you know, if it was ABC, I think would be fine. But if it was halon, we'd need to get out because there wouldn't be any oxygen. You know, so it's very important. You know what type of fire extinguisher you're using.
Yeah, I think you've only you actually. I've never seen this happen before. Trying to help Chris, I think you've done the opposite. You made him more confused.
Right. Yeah.
Now he doesn't know what kind of fire extinguisher it was.
Yeah, Chris, what kind was it? Now,
so-
the fact that it wasn't for electrical equipment, it was probably ABC. You know, your general run of the mill.
I mean, everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
everybody knows that.
yep, there's another wasted black shirt.
No undershirt, spiked hair. You're wasting it all.
I know. And there's that-
Snow-covered forest just blazing.
Yeah.
Well,
No one
if
said
you don't-
cover it up.
no,
We're
you
just
don't
saying you're
dress like
wasting
a-
it.
Oh, hey, look, you
if
got
you're
your
not Father Bubba here, everybody's
no,
making
go ahead.
fun.
You've got your pawn shop open. People coming in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you how much you give me for this watch.
You know, I hadn't worn a gold chain in decades, so I may
I
bring
know.
one
Get it
back.
out.
May bring one back.
When did you decide to put the gold chain up?
Oh, really? It was a
But
long
I mean,
time
but
ago.
why did you just think
You
not?
talking about the old herringbone?
Yeah,
Just too much trouble.
yeah.
You know?
There was never a point because I don't think any of us, especially me and you, would ever say, "Well, I'm going to make a fashion change." We don't ever think like that.
No.
You know, it's like so.
Really, I think most fashion decisions in my world is based on ease of operation
and comfort.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I mean, when you're trying to get out the door in the morning, you're just glad to get out.
Yeah.
You know, and like this morning, I don't know, I was sleepy. I think Betty came in and told me I left the alarm clock on. I got up a minute before it went off, but I forgot to cut it off or something.
Oh,
so.
she loves you for that. So you're in the shower and it's going off?
Probably.
Been there.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that was her, or I dreamed that too.
Well, in all fairness, normally when,
some mornings I wake up and I'm ready to go, and then some mornings it is I came across the solar system, and that was today.
in all fairness,
Speaking of dreams.
if I remember yesterday correctly, and again that's up for debate. If I remember it, I think about the time you normally would have been getting rest, you had been hit with a group text that probably kept you from going to sleep.
Yeah.
Good point. Thank you for that, Greg.
Yeah, that was not a restful afternoon.
Oh boy! And you're not thankful. You have extremely large text when you start reading it either.
No. That's
you know.
that was one of those.
He's got big font on his text messages. That's what that means.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, what did I say?
Nothing. Just I just want to break it down for everybody.
I got-
Yeah, well,
I got a little
if you can't read real well without reading glasses, you have bigger font.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's no question about that.
When a small word can't be on the same line, that's pretty big.
Yeah, well, it's one word per line.
Yeah.
It looks like an eye test.
It looks
eye
like
chart.
Nick Bubba's phone looks like a billboard.
It looks like a teleprompter. It really does.
By the way, the digital signs on the highway are smaller.
You're right.
So if you text something to Bubba and you don't want the person sitting next to him to see it, I just wouldn't text him.
No.
Probably a good rule overall.
Sure.
Probably
Especially when it comes from Greg.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Hey, try being on a Marco Polo and playing it in public.
Y'all
Yeah.
You'd be diving for the fun.
I had a line that I was going to.
Everything
That
goes
was
Greg.
well, that was exactly the cause of the problem yesterday. I was just
You
were addressing instead of beating around the bush.
that's where it all went downhill. Lack of a better term.
you just said, "Look, let me sum this up," and I believe it was.
What this leads to.
I believe 4 words.
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, it was to the point. There wasn't no wasting any words.
No, that's good. That one had so few words you could have done it back when it was just a QWERTY board.
I know.
Or you had to do it with numbers.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you today on the Rick and Bubba Show, and looking forward to that. CarShield is your automobile under the protection of the CarShield. Well, CarShield cars go farther because if you're under one of their protection plans and it's a covered repair, they're going to deal directly with the ASE certified mechanic that you chose. Could be the dealership, could be a place that you love or a mechanic you trust. They'll pay them directly. The protection plans are available for automobiles that no longer have warranty. You're probably getting a lot of robocalls and weird calls to your phone, and people keep calling you about your automobile warranties. I'd be real leery of those. But if you'd like a protection plan, go to CarShield. Love getting the emails, people saying, boy, glad I had the CarShield. Look, your automobile couldn't care less what you're saving money for. It'll still take that money on an unsuspected, something happened with the computer, or it could be AC, it could be whatever the case may be. CarShield.com is standing by, ready to offer you a protection plan so you then can drive with peace of mind, knowing that you have 24/7 roadside assistance. You will not be charged for your rental car, and they'll deal directly with the mechanic of your choice, pay them directly. So you have an automobile, so you keep on with your life. You have them available to you if the automobile just needs some roadside assistance. And then, of course, if you have a covered repair, they got it. Would you like to get a protection plan? We can get you 10% off on the one that you pick. If you'll go to CarShield.com and use the code BUBBA, that's 10% off. You can also call 1-800-665-2157. Mention Bubba, and that'll also get you another 10% off on the protection plan that you pick. Update on Tiger. Update on Tiger Woods.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Bubba, apparently Tiger Woods, a little bit of a lead foot there. He says he's going to focus on recovery and family after cops reveal that the golfing champ will receive no citation despite what they now believe was a speed of 87 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. And the reason why there's no citation is nobody saw it. He was going 84 to 87 when he crashed his SUV on the 23rd of February, double the speed limit of 45, or almost double. The sheriff of Los Angeles County said speed is the sole cause of the near fatal, I can't believe he lived, rollover crash. Says he was dazed and confused but coherent. He had no recollection of the crash. They did not seek warrants for blood samples because there was no evidence of impairment to give them probable cause to do so. So they're saying speed only.
If I remember correctly, and it's been a day or two since this happened, didn't someone, wasn't there a witness to him leaving the parking lot at the hotel they were at?
Yeah.
That something had the road blocked for a period of time, and he got agitated with it, and then when it was cleared, sped out.
Yeah,
right?
it was actually somebody was trying to load their car with luggage or something like that and was blocking the area. And there was some, I think it was director, I believe, of some type of TV show or movie that was being shot, said that he saw him and he looked.
I think
like
it was actually Blackish.
Yeah,
like
maybe that was it.
Blackish, Grownish, that whole series. I think it was either director or an actor.
Oh, really?
From that actually witnessed him leaving.
Yeah,
and looked frustrated when he left.
Right.
Primary casual factor for this traffic collision, according to the sheriff, was driving at a speed unsafe for the road's conditions and the inability to negotiate the curve of the roadway. That's why he crashed, going too fast.
Mm-hmm. And Rick, basically this data came from the computer, or the quote unquote black box on the car.
Easy.
And they said too that when he hit the curb, he mashed the accelerator instead of the brake. Now, there was some speculation going on here on the show. We were talking about it earlier, but if he's got his foot on the gas and he loses control or doesn't see the curb and hits the curb, it's going to stop him, and he's going to move forward. So if his foot was on the gas, it probably is going to go down. You don't have time to pick it up and put it on the brake. So I could see where when he hit the curb, that caused him to push the accelerator even harder because of the stop coming, the slowdown of the speed and his momentum moving forward. But again, very, very lucky that was not the last we heard of Tiger Woods.
Yeah, that kind of speed hitting, they think he was at as much as 75 miles an hour when he hit the tree.
Yeah.
So that his survival, maybe we're not really acknowledging is
it's miraculous.
Yeah, it really is, because that's usually the recipe for
75 miles to zero. The stop is bad because that's a lot of energy and it has to go somewhere. And like in this case, your body has to absorb a lot of it. So.
Right.
So obviously they thought the reason he was struggling and seemed to be impaired when they got there was just from the trauma of the crash.
Right.
They didn't order any blood samples. I find that interesting. But because there is some, and the sheriff says, and I'll take his word for it because I don't know, that it's no more complicated than driving too fast, could not negotiate the roadway at that speed, which is probably why it's got a lower speed limit.
Yeah.
But the fact that
no evidence of impairment,
no hitting the brakes, no anything, it's almost like, was he falling asleep at the wheel, or something about it feels weird. But again, I mean, look, it may just be just as simple as reported.
I have always been a Tiger Woods fan of what he does on the golf course. I love watching what the man did over that career span in the golf course. But if you watch the HBO documentary on him, you will see very quickly that he has a team that can hide pretty much anything they want to hide. It is a machine. And so, yeah, could he have just been speeding, lost control of the car, just like it could happen to any of us today? Sure. But I'm not buying it after I watched the documentary at all. I think there's more to it. And simply because of his body of work, and I'm telling you guys, it is – I thought I knew everything that one person could know about Tiger Woods. This was so enlightening from a family standpoint. His father, even his mom, his high school girlfriend, I had no idea. I mean, there are so many things that – was kept from the limelight.
Now, when you say his team, like he has handlers,
his agents, his handlers,
that part of their job is to be sure no negative press gets out.
Well, keep
his image
to make things go away.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So what was the name of that documentary?
I think it was Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is on HBO. I think that was the name of it. It may just be Tiger, but. It's on HBO. It's alarming.
James Powers, I guess the sheriff's captain, said that when they got to the car and opened it up, of course, he was disoriented and in shock.
Sure.
But there was no odor of alcohol. There were no sign of drugs, no medications in the car or anything. He did say that he had a really long day the day before. But that's, to y'all's point on the warrants and all this kind of stuff, his blood level, whatever. They just said they had no indication to go that route. Also, they said that there was no distracted driving either. I don't know if they checked his
cell phone or whatever.
Something, I don't know. So it just looks like excessive speed.
It may be as innocent as could be.
I have no idea.
But it's when you see his body of work.
Other than the fact that you don't want to be going 87 to a 45.
Yeah.
That's a little extreme.
The fact he was driving like a madman through a 45-mile-an-hour zone.
And that's really not up for debate.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's not.
So,
but when you see the documentary and the things that he's on edge a little bit when it comes to those things, you can see he would like to drive fast. Just based off the things he did going through all the training with the special forces and stuff that nobody else would do.
Yeah. He probably doesn't have a future in NASCAR.
No.
Or the Indy Series.
Yeah.
Because not able to handle the curve there at that kind of speed. Probably
not. It's one reason they go 45 for this area. I mean, you might can cheat a little bit, maybe 60.
Right. Well,
for real.
He's fortunate. And I don't know, I know some of the things that he's been through that are not up for debate, and I don't know his current state as a human being. But he apparently is receiving a tremendous amount of opportunity to get his life right.
He really is.
So
even more than any of us in the room think.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
if when
we don't even know.
Yeah,
But you know, Hems, the thing about it, as amazing as what he has done on the course and what he has meant to golf, as far as bringing fans in and viewers in, if he could have stayed clear of some of these controversies he's had, the one, you know, to begin with his wife, and now, you know, like this, and a few other minor ones along the way, there's no telling what he could have done. I mean, the record,
to have 15 majors,
he would have owned it all.
To have 15 majors and 82 wins, in spite of what he has gone through and continues to put himself through,
how many majors could he have had, though?
I know.
I mean, he could have been sitting there, I mean, easy 24.
Yeah.
I think.
At least 20, for sure.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hopefully you'll decide to be with us. We'll get into some of the phone calls coming up, likely next hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded today. We're going to interview Jesse Cole, the founder of Fans First Entertainment, and talk about Banana Ball and other things that he has been an entrepreneur in developing. So a faster-paced version of baseball that we're talking about. He'll be our guest. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study is now archived and available as they continue the series Knowing God. Session 16 was yesterday and is now available for you. It is a deep discussion on the balance of God's goodness and His severity and what Scripture has to say about that. Hopefully you'll find time for that also over the next few days. All right, so a couple of, we continue with updates today. You wondered, so here's another one.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So Deshaun Watson still waiting for to have his day in court and for due process to take place on the accusations against him. But in the times we're living in, apparently today, Nike nor Beats are going to wait on that. The accusations were enough for them from what they've seen, and they have suspended endorsement deals with Deshaun Watson. Both Nike and Beats by Dre have ended their sponsorship of Watson amid these allegations of assault and inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, we talk about due process on here far as the legal process, but, a private business that has a contract as an endorser can pretty much do what they want to, and a lot of times just the appearance of a scandal is more than what they want to deal with, so they bug out.
So we have...
and I understand that.
Yeah, sure. So we have, because they could always come back, and if it turns out that he is... exonerated, they could always go back to those deals. But he says that Deshaun Watson says he will fully cooperate with the Houston Police Department. And we also have a group of 18 women that have now released statements through one lawyer and one law firm, I should say. And they are they're all getting together on a lawsuit to demand a certain amount of money to go away. So we'll see how that all works out.
Good night.
So we'll see.
I'm trying to be good today,
Rick. We're all struggling.
Y'all are making it difficult.
I know,
right.
I know.
So,
What?
Well, and we're really struggling with something that right. Just to bring you in, Rick. Right now, we're really struggling with something. Speedy and myself, secondhand, a little bit, because they're doing the ceremonial tee shots at the Augusta National, and we have never seen Jack Nicklaus struggle as much as he is.
Why would you?
He's had to have help walking to the tee box.
Yeah,
bless his heart.
And I'm so uncomfortable right now. I don't know if he's going to make it through the shot without falling down. If I'm being just. He had to. I don't know if that's his granddaughters that was walking out with him, and
God
his wife.
love him. He's got to be 100,
and he's 81.
Well, he looks good there,
and
it looks like somebody we know.
Oh wow!
Oh wow, it does.
No, you know who he looks like.
Yeah, I do.
No, even more than that. The guy that used to narrate the People's Court.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doug Llewellyn.
That was in the,
Doug Llewellyn.
Yeah,
Greg, how in the world did you pull that name out of there?
How did you come up with
Doug
that?
Llewellyn.
I love it.
I think that is him, Rick.
Well, my goodness, he's 81 years old.
Well, I know,
Yeah,
Rick,
I know.
but you got to understand something. I wasn't ready for him having to hold on to his granddaughter walking and knowing, hey, I've got to stand. He's out of breath, and I've got to hit a golf ball.
His color's not great.
And guys, Lee Elder, who played he was the first black man to play in the Masters. I believe it was 1975. He appears to be having oxygen.
I see
No,
that.
he does.
In order to get through
What
this.
about Doug Llewellyn? What's he doing?
How about this? When do we decide?
guys,
When do we decide that these legends shouldn't be doing?
Thank
that?
you. That's really
Rick,
my.
Rick, I'm gonna say if you have oxygen on while you're swinging, that you might need to give this a
You
second
may.
look.
What if it gets hung up in your club?
What makes you more nervous watching these older legends try to do these ceremonial tee-off shots or watching Bubba at a Pro-Am tee-off?
Well,
I got to tell you, it's this right
Bubba
here.
doesn't have oxygen.
And let me bring you on this, too.
My shot's ugly, but I'm not on oxygen.
So you've got Lee Elder with Oxygen about to hit the ceremony. I guess he's going to hit a ceremonial shot.
I don't know.
Jack Nicklaus, who struggled. Gary Player is 85 years old, and I think he's in better shape than I am.
Is he the one that was naked?
Did you see the way he was walking?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah. He jogged to the ball.
Here we go, Billy Elder.
Oh, y'all, I got second hand. I don't know what to do.
No. Look, he's on Oxygen, but maybe he can make this shot.
Bless their heart.
What if he hits the tank with the head of the club and it goes off?
Oh my gosh!
Look, Jack's got a kickstand.
Oh my gosh!
Jack's got a kickstand holding him up.
Yeah, y'all, we need to. Somebody needs to. Somebody needs to intervene here.
I know.
Look, if you've got Oxygen,
The man has oxygen.
Can we not just wave at the crowd?
Well,
you're a
the
legend.
Right.
Pollen is bad.
Hey, you're a legend. You are a pioneer.
I hope nobody's smoking close by.
But I don't know about this.
Tough.
Yeah.
You're right, Bo.
We could have a start like we've never seen.
All right, he just sat back down. Does that mean he's not going to?
I hope not.
No, he had a driver in his hand.
Can he give his club to somebody else and they swing for him?
I wish we could.
What about Doug Llewellyn? Can he swing it?
I think it is Doug.
Just like Doug Llewellyn.
I gotta say this. All right, I haven't seen Jack in a long time. I haven't.
Oh, you know.
And I'm taken back a little bit.
I am too.
We're all gonna age, and this is.
But Gary Player is in excellent
2 years. Within 2 years, we're gonna get news on.
By the
Jack.
way, out on the circuit, going doing all these men's ministry gatherings.
This one.
It is amazing to watch the difference in men who are anywhere from late 70s to mid 80s.
Yeah.
The difference when you meet one versus the other. Some men just
guys,
they do
this
great.
man hitting a ball as we speak is 85. Guys, he is 85 years old.
I'm Jack.
We haven't done what required to be there. You know,
don't miss this guy hitting, guys. This 85.
Gary Player's about to tee off.
85 years old.
And look, he looks fine.
He looks fantastic.
Yeah, he's going first.
Where does he live at? Because it's working for him.
Oh, right down there.
Oh, yeah,
look at that. At 85.
I got to ask a question.
He's kicking and just
Rick, I'm sorry. We have to stay with this to the guy on oxygen swing.
Hey, does Jack?
I'm not sure Jack.
Is he going down or is somebody going to put it? Oh, here we go.
I'm so nervous.
Guys, we're dying on time.
I know. We're not going to make it, are we, bud?
No, because it's taking too long to get up there.
Gosh almighty.
Doug Llewellyn needs.
Well, he should be doing the intro for him now, and this is going to take 10 minutes.
What if
all the awards he's got?
What if Whitmer came out there and drove one?
Or Judge Judy?
How's he going to tee the ball up?
I don't know. I'm nervous about it.
So Billy Elder's not going to hit.
We don't know yet.
Rick,
they introduced him.
When I tee the ball up, I have to hold my breath when I go.
Oh, I know. I know. I'm always.
Here you are.
Like time machine.
Now you did tell the people on the left, the gallery,
listen,
to watch out.
I am completely innocent of this. I told them to get out of the way, and they looked at me like a bunch of cows.
Right.
Yeah.
And that right there, that cleared a little hole out there. Didn't it?
Here you go, Speedy.
Oh boy, bless him, Lord. Bless him. Be with him right now.
Oh, he's good.
Oh, I like the go.
Oh my gosh.
What if he did that and couldn't get back up?
Oh,
attaboy.
He went with the hind catcher
may be the
approach
hardest
to get
part
out
of the
of
You
whole
might want to look into that.
Enjoy this because this is his last year.
My fear when Bubba tees off is that the tee won't go in the first time.
Take this in, folks. Take it in.
Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have
6 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Much to do. Team Rick and Bubba all here and ready to go for another hour. Things you need to know. Wheel of Meat spun yesterday, so it's already happened this week. But tomorrow, excited to be headed to Cleveland, Tennessee. Field, Woods, Water, taking faith outdoors at First Baptist Church, Cleveland, Tennessee. And your entire family is invited to join you guys. It is a ticketed event. Look at that information by going to burgessministries.com under events or at rickandbubba.com under events. Both of them will give you the information you need to get tickets. Go the same place for April 22nd. I'll be there for Man Church at First Baptist Church, Opelika. Charles Billingsley and his full band in concert as well. It is a ticket event. You can get those tickets. They're only $5 at the link we have right there at rickandbubba.com under events. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for sharing a few moments each and every day with the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, so we got some things we need to update for you, and one of them is Joe Biden. President Joe Biden.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Well, this is always, this is everybody's buddy Joe, the pride of Scranton, Pennsylvania. And now I got to warn you. I got to warn you if you're sensitive to any kind of words that may be limited. Like say, hey, I don't like to hear somebody say this. I want you to know that the president's going to get a little bit dicey. He's mad. He's mad now. Of course,
you want to whip somebody's A?
Team Rick and Bubba, Team Rick and Bubba are going to uncomfortably point out that some of the things we were saying on the phone yesterday would solve this problem that the president just seems to be so sick and tired of. I'm talking about he is sick and tired of this when it comes to the way we do taxes. Of course, the things that we would, say would solve it, he would immediately say we didn't care about people, and there's a no-win.
Yeah, they're sick and tired of it, except to the point to fix it.
Right. So remember, here is another politician that they're masters of this, especially if you've been in it for over 40 years and haven't had a real job. Then you always you know how to get out there and tell the people you're sick and tired of things that are happening to them and then do nothing about it, or refuse to do what would actually fix it. So here is the president, and he gets upset about the way we do taxes around here. Here we go.
By the way, I didn't hear any of our friends who were criticizing this plan say that the corporate tax cut, which added $2 trillion of the debt, the Trump tax cut, $2 trillion, $1.9 trillion in debt, wasn't paid for. The vast majority of which went to the top 1% of the wage earners.
Not true.
I didn't hear anybody hollering in this recovery, the so-called before I became president, this K-shaped recovery, where billionaires made $300 billion more during this period. Where's the outrage there? I'm not trying to punish anybody. But damn it, maybe it's because I come from a middle-class neighborhood.
Here we go.
I'm sick and tired of ordinary people being fleeced.
Hey, Joe, when was the last time you lived in a middle-class neighborhood? When was the last time you have any idea what middle-class people
Most middle-class people are not getting cuts from the Chinese.
No.
Rick, here's the thing. I want to point this out, and this is something I've seen universal over the years that is just absolutely a lie. A tax cut does not increase the debt.
No, it doesn't.
Spending increases the debt.
Yes.
They're basically saying, well, if you're going to cut this tax we're bringing in, the money we're spending is going to create more debt. Mm-hmm. That is true. The tax cut does not increase the debt.
No, it doesn't.
You spending money increases the debt. That is a lie. They are playing you when they say that, and you need to call them out on it because it's just not true.
No. And him saying that somehow him going up on the corporate tax rate is going to help middle-class Americans?
Now, Rick, he said that
that's outrageous.
He said that
that's
the
how they
tax
get fleeced.
cuts help the top 1%. That is not true. That's not true. A corporate tax cut helps corporations. It helps corporations who hire people.
Right.
That doesn't go automatically to the top 1% or the guy running the corporation. It goes to the entire business. They're just playing class warfare, and they're not being honest. They're not being honest. He just says anything. We know that. They used to say Trump would say anything. This guy said, I don't know what he knows. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well,
but that's not true. It's not true, and it's not fair to say that. That's not accurate.
If he raises takes the corporate tax rate and takes us back to the highest one in the world, is what he wants to do. And thankfully, there's a few Democrats that realize how outrageous this is.
Thank you, Joe Manchin in West Virginia.
Yeah. All that's going to do is increase the cost of everything and have fewer jobs and fewer jobs for those who need it. See, you got to understand, if you've been a politician for over 40 years, and every time you need to, you can harken back to some homespun story from Scranton's middle-class neighborhood, which I promise you, if we looked into that, most of this he's saying is completely made up. But when was the last time that he lived in the world of the middle class of our country? When was the last time he was there?
Rick, he hasn't, because he hasn't had a real job. And he's lived off the public trough.
And so to that point, and like you said the other day, where there was a whole story about what he had done with the $13 million that he had made. Where does he get $13 million? How did they do that?
Yeah, if he worked in the Senate, how did he make $13 million?
Right. So
has anybody run the numbers on that? I know the reporters are obsessed with asking him about his dog and everything else, as opposed to real questions going on. I mean, that's all we heard before about things the president said a lot. This guy, he can't get a fact right to save his life.
Unless a press conference has happened also since yesterday, we can't even get Kamala Harris, the vice president, to hold a press conference on the state of the border when she was given that responsibility. No. We've heard nothing.
Yeah.
So they don't like to talk about things that make them uncomfortable because they just like to say these same things. Listen, to Bubba's point, if you have been on the government trough for over 40 years, then you have forgotten where jobs come from. You don't have any idea.
He's never had to make a payroll. He's never had to make payroll tax. He's never had to pay a power bill. He's never had to worry about the cost of goods going up, how it's going to affect the bottom line. And look, let's just play some more simple math here. If I'm a corporation and I sell widgets, the great widget example, and let's say it takes me $100 to build a widget, and I sell it for $200. Okay, so I've made $100 profit. Well, everything that it costs me to run that business comes out of that $100. I have to pay payroll. I have to pay for my building. I have to pay power. I have to do this. I have to pay corporate income tax. So when it all filters out, the corporation really didn't make 100% profit. It, hopefully it made 25 or 20% or something, that they have left. But here's the thing. So now that corporation has to pay a higher corporate tax. Well, guess what? They go, well, we can't sell widgets for $200 anymore. Now we got to sell them for $225 to cover the corporate tax. That's how business works. Guess who ends up paying it? Me, who's buying the widget that just went up.
Or back to the jobs, if I don't think that the market will bear that price, then I got to cut my overhead.
That's right. That's right. I have to get rid of workers.
So I'm going to pay for it somehow, and it's not going to be writing an extra check.
So
it's
workers get fired.
I'm going to increase my cost. Yeah. Of the product, or I'm going to reduce my overhead. One of those two is going to happen. So when he says the middle class, he's tired of them, and he says some dramatic word, that he's tired of the middle class being fleeced, but the policies that he hopes will be implemented in this country
will fleece you more.
Will fleece you.
Yeah.
And don't you got to understand that.
People who make it to the presidency have to be smarter than what they appear to be. I mean, it's just
well,
it's
they
just
may be
scary.
devious. They may be devious.
They're idiots. One or the other.
They either are stupid or they know exactly what they're doing, and they're deviant.
That's probably the case.
Rick, here's the thing. What did he say before he said this? He pointed out that there are some American companies, and I don't know what he said, top 10 or 15, that don't pay any tax at all.
Well, then solve that.
So, but here, follow this out too, guys. All of you out there, don't trust me. Research it for yourself. If Amazon is paying zero tax, you can make the rate 90%. They're still paying zero tax.
Correct.
Because of the loopholes.
Right. You got to
do away with that. Go to some form of flat tax where everybody's the same. Look, I don't like taxes, but Amazon ought to be paying too. Just like we do, just like you folks that are out there listening do, just like everybody else does. Amazon is dominating retail sales. They're running people out of business and they pay zero tax. That is the problem, not jacking up the guy who's running a grass cutting business to the highest corporate rate in America. I mean, in the world. That's ridiculous. Y'all, once again, I mean, it's just absurd how ridiculous this is.
Yeah.
And I'm not that smart, and I see this. Don't y'all see this too?
So either you lack the intelligence or you're just deviant. It's one or the other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nowadays,
22 minutes now past the hour. Lines are open at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Next segment or so, we'll take phone calls and find out what is on your mind today. Making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the table. You know how the phone troll works. If you're a veteran, if you're a rookie, we open up the lines, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds if they don't get a timeout from Bubba or Helms. And they only have one apiece. Then we keep on moving. So we have 10 lines on our sample, something unique to the broadcast plaza and teleport, meaning a bigger sample of people. And then we establish the troll so we can move through that sample of people a little quicker. Randy is standing by in Tennessee. Randy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, friends. For 26 years, hope you guys are doing good today.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate your support of our show.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just want to follow up on the Chauvin trial case that you talked about yesterday. And the news media, what a shocker, is not doing their job. But there's a very high chance he is going to be found acquitted on these charges.
Now, what do you base that on?
Well, the prosecution has not been doing their job like they needed to be doing. They have done nothing but create reasonable doubt where this...
Maybe we're watching excerpts from two different trials.
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
I thought there were some things that people were talking about that if those things turned out to be true, it might lead to an acquittal. That was overcharging, and then they fixed that, and they allowed them to be able to charge on more than one thing. The other concern was the toxology report. Would it indicate that he could have died just from the drugs?
Right.
So we now have an emergency room doctor that says suffocation killed him, and we have a chief of police, if I'm saying the title right, was the chief of police, that said, yes, we use this procedure to get someone under control, but once someone is handcuffed on their stomach behind their back, then there's no longer a reason to do that, so what he did was not protocol.
Yeah, he absolutely said he broke their training to do that, and I think the chief of police was very damning evidence. And I think the 911 operator that was watching all this unfold on a camera that was right across the street thought that he was staying on top of him too long, and at one point thought the camera must have frozen up and reported it to his supervisor that something was going terribly wrong with this because of the amount of time he was staying on top of him. So I think those two alone are going to be enough to get a conviction.
Right, and we could be wrong. Stranger things have happened, and Randy, you may be right, but when I saw the things that Bubba just confirmed that he saw too, I kind of thought some of the major concerns had been addressed.
Right.
I'm talking about for acquittal.
Yeah, and I don't know if the police officer holding him down that long was the sole cause of his death. He obviously had some drug issues. I don't know, but. You can't look. The police have an incredibly difficult job. I mean, I just can't imagine what these guys go through day in, day out. But with that being said, they can't be jury and executioner. Just can't be.
Right, and from the very beginning, I thought the statement was made, and I hope we hear it and apply it. Law enforcement is not on trial. Right. I know people try to make it that. Derek Chauvin, whatever his last name is, that's who's on trial. And we need to remember that. Let's go to Jody in Pleasant Valley. Jody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, Dr. Busby. Hey, are you stocked up on ketchup while this ketchup shortage going on right
now?
Well,
I'm well aware of that. I'm well aware of that, and I have discussed it with our procurement officer. That we try to locate a few extra bottles, just in case.
Just in case,
right?
Yeah. So I think he's ready. To Sarah Birmingham, ZZK. Sarah, go ahead.
Hey, I just last night heard again the New York taxi rides for you guys, and when you visited New York, and it got me to thinking of the taxis that I rode in Germany, and I thought it would be great for you and Bubba to be Germans and driving taxi cars and
now, are you talking about when we were in New Jersey? That one?
Well, that was one of them, and then I think one was when Rick was in New York.
Oh yes,
yeah, I remember that one too.
You will not be giving me instructions on where to turn.
I guess if you're an Autobahn driver, you let it eat out there.
There is no speed limit.
Is the Autobahn thing still? Is that still accurate that it has no speed limit on it?
The last I heard, yes, because somebody called one day and they've driven on it. I mean, not that long.
I mean, is that still
it was probably years ago?
But you know what I'm saying, though.
Right?
You know how everything changes. Is that still the case?
Yeah, but I have no timeline anymore. That could have been 5 years ago.
Couple of months
I think that's 2 weeks ago.
How about a highway with no speed limit? Let her go.
Yeah.
There is no limit. Tiger Woods could not drive here. King in Birmingham. Hey, King.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
Yeah, a lot of pressure with that name.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, Ozzy Osbourne has a reality show where he and his son drive across the country, stopping in interesting places. I don't know if you guys were aware of that.
Yeah, I've actually seen episodes of it.
Yeah, I think Speedy saw him at Oak Mountain.
Yeah, have y'all seen that? They were last week's episode or the week before they were stopped in Alabama and stopped at Oak Mountain and Sauce Furnace and Space Camp up.
Yeah, Speedy actually did a paddle boat with him out at Oak Mountain.
Right.
I saw.
I thought I heard somebody hollering, Sharon!
You need a paddle.
I saw the part where he and his son were at Space Camp, just flipping by, and I stopped because I saw Ozzy in the blue space suit.
Yeah.
So you have to stop and look at that.
Sure. And but I did not see the part where he went to Sloss Furnace and Oak Mountain. That part I didn't see. That the only part I saw was him at Space Camp in Huntsville. But yes, I knew that they were here. Yeah. Let's go to Matt in Coleman. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi guys, I got back from Germany. I lived there for about 2 years, and I got back about a year ago. And the Autobahn now has sections where there is absolutely no speed limit, but they also have sections where they will open and close the speed limits based on time of day, traffic, and weather.
Okay, but there are still spaces on the Autobahn that you can go as fast as you want to.
As fast as you want to go and as fast as your car will go.
How about that?
I bet they have some horrific crashes.
And I bet there's still some idiot in the left lane.
Yes! I think you can get in trouble for that. We should ask you.
I wish we had some little...
I like that flexible speed, though. Couldn't we do that?
Yeah, I like that, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Those of you that marked your week by the Will of Meat, Will of Meat spun yesterday, so it has passed for the week. Back next week. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Record that today, back out this weekend. We talked to Jesse Cole, founder of Fans First Entertainment and owner of the Savannah Bananas. And we'll talk about Banana Ball, a new quick-paced version of baseball. And we'll talk to that creator for RBU. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study also now archived for you. I love this email that we got concerning Relief Factor from Reed in South Carolina. He said, my knees were shot from old sports surgeries and working on concrete floors for years. The pain was terrible. After just a week or two of taking Relief Factor, I could tell a difference. Not totally gone, but the pain level was reduced enough to make a noticeable difference. Now, after 2 weeks, my pain was almost totally gone. Also, a side benefit was the pain in my feet due to sensitive nerves had subsided almost 100%. There was a tingling, painful shooting sensation, but it's now practically gone. So we've been talking about Relief Factor. Here's Reed. It says, look, I tried it. Could tell a difference after a couple of weeks, then started getting between 2 weeks and 3 weeks, a big difference. And if you'd like to find out if this is going to work for you, it's all natural. 4 botanicals in a little power pack. You take it twice a day for normal. If you got something bothering you, you go to 3 times a day. We can get you a 3-week supply for $19.95 to find out if it's going to work for you. You can find that by going to relieffactor.com, or you also can just go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can find it there too. And let's get an email from you. See how it's working. Bubba, here is someone that says, and this is dealing with the Mercedes plant in our state of Alabama where we all live. I work with Germans, and the Autobahn is still, as we got from the caller, still no speed limit. 2 weeks ago, one of my German clients that was here in the States for Mercedes got stopped going 105 miles an hour on one of the highways here near where we live. And our German client will be going to court soon.
So he thought I-20 was the Autobahn?
To be honest, it was actually 459.
Well, he thought 459 was the Autobahn.
Yeah, it's just saying coming from Germany and
it's
now
hard to slow her down.
And moving here, and this person works with hey, you're from Germany, you're now moving to the United States. We help you acclimate, find schools, find neighborhoods.
Right.
But they said a little
heavy on the gas.
105.
Rick, it is funny the different cultures, how we, even still being Western European,
right?
The culture can be that different from, say, German to America.
Oh yes,
because I was telling. It's funny you even brought that up. I was telling my daughter this weekend about kids I went to school with in high school. Of course, we had a military base close by, so we had a lot of kids come there who had parents that were in the military, and then the other spouse was German.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and they had dual passports and all this stuff. And they would come here, and Rick, they were outraged, absolutely could not believe that they did not offer beer for lunch, that they could not get a Heineken and drink during the school lunch.
Yeah, in all fairness.
And said in Germany, it was standard. Everybody drank a Heineken for lunch like we would drink a Coca-Cola.
Yeah, well, I told them in all fairness, it doesn't go that well with instant mashed potatoes.
Out of an ice cream scooper.
With a little gravy.
I mean, they at one point, they were going to walk out and protest. And right. I remember our principal going, it's not our rule. You have to be 21 here to drink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And could not believe it.
Yeah. We had some exchange students that ended up at our high school because we weren't as close to the fort as you guys were, but still, no, actually closer, weren't we? Yeah, we were actually closer to the fort. And so and that was another bone of contention. It was they just kept asking, where in the cafeteria is the beer?
Where's the Heineken?
Right, and we were like, well, it's not here. You're
not going to be here.
You're not going to find that, and I don't think you're going to like it with those instant mashed potatoes anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I remember one thing: how do you eat?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we, just think about the shift it was for them, because in those days in a cafeteria. Now, I remember later in my high school deal, they did start offering tea. But used to, it was white milk or chocolate milk. That was your two choices to drink. That was it.
Special order water.
You couldn't find a water. You couldn't find a water
You
anywhere.
had to ask for it. You had to ask for it.
If somebody had
and
walked,
it wasn't bottled either, by the way.
Well, James Gregory talked about this. If somebody had walked in to us and said, "What do you think about bottled water?" We'd be like, "Bottled water?
Why don't we want to bottle it?
Why would you put water in a bottle? What are you talking about?
We got a
Go
faucet
get it out of
over
the
there.
faucet or
Yeah.
over there at the water
Or the hose pipe.
or the drinking fountain they've got in the hall.
right. That's right.
Well, what do you mean bottled water? How much you want for a bottle? Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Have you priced out what bottled water would be a gallon?
Well, let me tell
when
you.
we complain about gas.
The day that James Gregory said a gallon of bottled water at the price per bottle is more than a gallon of gasoline.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's yeah. I mean, and our dads and granddads would just be like, "What do you? Have you lost?
You know,
your mind?"
we forget how much things have changed,
right,
over just the life of the show.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy.
And I remember our cafeteria for years had a jukebox in it, so you could go over and put
Really?
play
See,
that.
we didn't have
Oh
that.
yeah, we had a
Oh,
jukebox.
heck
Really?
no, we didn't have that.
There's you walking out with that tray, and you'd have of course now if you would have taken what they call Western steak and gravy and put it in front of a cow, he wouldn't be offended. you know what I'm saying? But
we had mystery meat.
When you're walking out with Western steak and gravy. Instant mashed potatoes that were taken out with the ice cream scooper, and then had the swimming pool of gravy, and you had the peanut butter cookie, and then every now and then I guess they would do something to try to make themselves feel better. One of the worst things I'd ever seen, something called carrot salad. And when they put raisins on top of carrots and mayonnaise. You remember that terrible thing? Yeah,
it must have been universal in lunchroom.
Yeah, and then you walk out to the sound to play that funky music. There was something special about it.
We didn't even have that option. Yeah, well, we were suffering.
All right, so Todd says if you do wreck on the Autobahn, it's treated differently. So Todd, what are you saying?
Hey guys, I was stationed in Kaiserslautern as an MP, and I work dual with a Polizei, and if you wreck, now there are certain parts of the Autobahn that do have speed limits, like say you're going through the junction on 65. Right. When you come into these certain concerns in Germany, you have to slow down a little bit, but like once you get past there, like all the way to Montgomery, it's wide open. It's that kind of analogy. But if you wrecked, you had to pay for the ambulance that came out, the police that came out, the German Polizei that came out. You had to pay. If you damaged the Autobahn, like you tore up some concrete, you had to pay for that. It came out your pocket. That's how they kept it funded.
Okay. I heard they've actually banned Tiger Woods from even going there.
Yeah, he can't drive at all.
You can't have him out there. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. You're on.
Hi, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
I was a driver for General Haig in Germany from 1975 to 78. And on the Autobahn, when you were coming off an on-ramp, it would have like a 55 kilometer per hour. And then once you hit the Autobahn, there'd be a slash through that, which meant end of the speed zone. And you could go as fast as you could go.
Yeah, baby.
And these Moto Guzzi motorcycles and BMWs, they would fly by you like coming off like a rubber band.
Could not find an analogy, could you? I mean, you were struggling with rubber band. Yeah, maybe like shot out of a cannon.
So
let me get.
How was General Haig?
Oh, he was excellent. He's arrogant, but whenever he'd come into Frankfurt by helicopter or whatever, he'd have to have a full entourage.
Yeah.
And he was kind of arrogant like that, but he was a good commander. He was the Allied commander-in-chief at the time. And so he was really, really something. He's like the president of the United States over there, really.
Well, here's what I would like to know from Germany. Of course, it's hard to get information out of Germany when I'm living in Alabama here in the United States. But I wonder, is there been any studies done? Are there more crashes on the Autobahn than open highways that have speed limits? Has the speed limit been more dangerous, or has it had any impact whatsoever?
Okay, here one deal is when you said something about driving in the left lane. On the Autobahn, you can't use a horn. You use your lights. You flick your lights because a horn is a distraction. And when you're flying at 100+ mile an hour, you can't be having a bunch of horns going on. So they flick their lights. And they flick them from a way back so you can get over, because in that left lane, that is the fast lane. That is, you're flying. and then on the Autobahn, there's like 4 or 5 lanes per side. And then you have your metal strip that goes, that separates the other traffic going the other direction. You have the same amount of lanes. And on the curves, they're almost banked. So you can almost let go of your wheel.
That's fantastic.
And it'll go right on around. It's quite amazing.
I mean, do they have more wrecks?
Yeah, but how does the wrecks? I mean, obviously they still have it, so it's not to the point they need to change it. But surely there's studies been done to say that this is still safe or it's not safe or
more safe.
How does it compare to
safe.
U.S. interstates, all that stuff?
Well, when I got you mentioned something earlier. That's why I called in. When I got back from Germany after spending a full tour over there, I got over there when I was 17. Came back and I was 20. Yeah. I got busted 3 times on the interstates here for speeding. I couldn't. Yeah. I couldn't keep my foot off.
That's what. Yeah, we just got a text about that. Yeah, we just got a text about that. Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying, because from my experience, and again, it's when people won't go the speed limit, then people start making moves to get around them.
Or somebody slowing up the left lane is when I see wrecks.
I've seen more wrecks. Now, I'm not talking about distracted driving. That's different. But someone who is not distracted, that is going faster and keeping the traffic moving, it feels more safe than all these people trying to maneuver around slow cars.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. As we make our way back, let's go to the phones. They're all full now, and continue to chat, and then we'll get some other topics coming up. Christy is out of the great state of Alabama. Christy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good. Good. What's on your mind?
Okay, so my child is in a public school. It's a city school in Lower Alabama here in Enterprise. And the mask mandate is going to be lifted on Friday. However, the city has decided that they're going to, require the kids to wear masks through the end of the year. Cool, get it.
Yep.
So here's the deal. Now, remember, first and second grade don't have to wear masks, okay?
Right.
They are starting to make the children that forget their mask. They have to do 5 push-ups when they walk into the door before they can get a mask.
I actually like that.
Is it just me, or is that weird?
Well, here's the thing. From a discipline standpoint, I don't have a problem with it. From a science standpoint, if you need to be wearing masks, making you do push-ups is blowing out germs, and you don't have a mask on.
Yeah. I don't mind people getting a reminder, but the science of all that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm good.
And then they're on Facebook posting pictures of teachers and kids all over Facebook of not wearing their masks in class. So they're going to say you got to do 5 push-ups to get one if you forget it.
Yeah, I don't know. At least we're going into something in our state tomorrow. At least we're going to people can make choices. Private businesses and school systems can make their choices. And then we, as the people now, if your kid's in the school, you don't have a choice. You got to abide by the school's rules, but you have to do that anyway, no matter, on all dress codes and all other things. So that's kind of normal. But I've already said I got information from a business that said we're going to continue to require masks, to which I said, and I will not be returning. So we can make the decision on whether we want to go somewhere that's going to continue to require masks, and we can make our own choice. And they can make their choice, and then we, the consumer, can make our choice.
If you're a small business and you're not going to require people to wear a mask, I would take out a radio schedule and let them know right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, get on the Rick and Bubba show.
And schedule extra people to handle the crowd.
Right. So if you go away from the mask, you're going to have a lot more business.
Because if you're looking for mass consistency,
market,
it's not there. It's not there.
No,
not at all.
Of course not, Speedy.
There's no.
The restaurant thing has been one of the dumbest things I think I've ever seen. I wear a mask to walk in, and I walk to my table and then take my mask off, where I then begin to talk and eat. I mean, it's lunacy.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, tell me this: where in the world is the science to say that the state has said it's okay not to wear one, but now the school systems are saying that they have to have it?
And there's some
all the science has been done by the state health officer, and they're dropping it. So,
I'd like, on the disciplinarian standpoint, I'd like to propose something here in the studio, because I've noticed something over the last month that we've gotten lax about.
Yeah.
If you're the last person in the door over here, you close it. And if you just saw Bubba get up during the middle of the segment and close that door, it's because someone left it open. I would say if you're the last person in here and you do not close that door, and you interrupt, someone has to get up and go shut the door, then whoever was the last one has to do 5 push-ups before they come back and sit down after they've closed the door.
That's good.
I like that.
Yeah, I nearly spit my drink trying to close it.
Yeah.
I have to close it because I've been the person sitting here trying to do a show when it's not.
I know.
Yeah. It's tough.
Ham's 5 whole push-ups.
Well, you can start on your knees or up against the counter. It doesn't matter.
Let's go to Shane in
what
Alabama.
What if you get in the floor and can't get back up?
Shane, go ahead.
You're there for the whole segment.
Hey,
You have to sit
how you
that
doing,
segment
guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen, I was stationed over in Germany, and one of the things I can tell you is that I would say that there's less accidents on the Autobahn because of the pure fact that there's not as many drivers. Like when you're 16, you go out and get your restrictors, or 15, get your restrictors, and you get your driver's license at 16. Over there, you have to enter into a school to get your driver's license, and it's very expensive. And then on top of that, the vehicle inspections you can't just, get a hunk of junk, throw it up on the road, and drive it. You got to go and get it inspected, and it's very hard, and at the same time, it's very expensive. And then their training system is just so good over there. You can set your watch to it, and so a lot of people just take the train. It's cheaper.
Yeah, not as many cars. I got you. Let's go to Bobby in West Virginia, and a little more stringent in the training for driving. Don't like the automobile inspections, though. I don't want to live in an overreaching government like that. I'm tired of having to go to another place to get this, another place to get that. Got to get this, got to get that, got to get that certified, got to get that check, got to pay that tax, got to pay that fine, got to pay that fee. I need less of that in my life, not more. Bobby in West Virginia. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey guys, relationship to this Major League Baseball moving this All-Star game. Couple questions. Do you think, or is there any talk at the Atlanta Braves or their stadium, the vendors, even the businesses around there, maybe have some damages due from Major League Baseball? Might we even say reparations due? And then secondly, is this leading to a future event contracts having a cancel culture clause in them? I'll hang up.
Yeah, it's a good question. Today we have a follow-up story, and Major League Baseball seems to be making it more clear that Stacey Abrams is where the pressure came from. So if you're going to miss that $100 million impact from the All-Star game being in Atlanta, looks like you can draw that line back to Stace.
But wasn't it yesterday that she was kind of walking back from that, going, this is wrong on the voting, but we don't need to take the game out. But the commissioner says she was the driving force.
Correct.
So I don't know what the story is. I think Major League Baseball, to be totally, consistent with this, and I don't know, Rick, if you've seen the stories, but I got one word for you, Heflin Braves.
The Heflin Braves.
Okay.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what.
Not bad.
Probably not the best day for that one, but
But you know what? The but you. What about the Ranburn Braves?
Well, I think you're gonna go. I think you need to come on to a larger market, Cleveland County.
That's right. Oxford Braves. Just come on down highway.
Yeah. If you do that, Pale Cities will want to get in on it.
Oxford's got a nicer stadium.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so, all the way around. Well, the facilities. But
it's good to have plenty of money, isn't it?
Didn't you tell me that, for having a son that played, there's actually a college team that wish they were still playing there?
Yeah. They got a nice play.
Yeah, we kind of like when we were under construction, we got to play there. We kind of liked it. And your dad liked it, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. He said the bathroom situation was better.
Now, granted, you don't know who you're going to run in there, but it's nice.
The Oxford Braves. Oh, wow. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to discuss as we go forward on the program, and you can be part of it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here. And we welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. And, Rick, we have some very, very special guests with us this hour.
Yeah, we did. We're also following up, we'll wrap up the Autobahn. Bubba's got some research. It does look like that our theory may be correct. All indications are the Autobahn is safer than the way we approach our speeds and all that here in America.
Yeah, this was a study done by the Federal Highway Research Institute, and it says that the Autobahn is safer far as deaths per billion miles traveled than the American interstate system. And then they go into why is it safe.
And the speed, and they do not let people stay in the passing lane.
Right.
They actually enforce that. We don't do a good job at that at all. You'd like to see a few speed trap places actually do something with the people that drive under the minimum speed and get out and cause the issues in the left lane.
It's heavily fined if you are caught blocking the left lane.
Their training and before you can drive is superior.
Yeah, you have to prove you have the skills to do that, and they have vehicle inspections, Rick. So you can't get on the Autobahn with some hoopty.
Right. So
you got to have a car that'll do it.
All right, so that's the update. It does look like it is safer. All right, so going back,
makes me want to go drive through the German countryside, doesn't it, Rick?
It was just yesterday. I found myself it really does, in a strange situation involving the guests that we have here.
and they've appeared on the show several times over the last, I guess decade or more of the show, maybe even longer. So we're doing the thing with and we've rolled out the manchurch.com and this men's discipleship strategy. And I got an email from a church that says we'd like to talk to you about it, and they found out about it from, strangely enough, on Focus on the Family. They said we asked about, is there anything going on with men's ministry, and they sent us your information. So I contacted. We set up a call time yesterday, and the guy was from Michigan, and we got to talking about the men's discipleship strategy, and he says, since I've researched the manchurch.com, I've also found your radio show. And I said, yeah. I said, well, how about that? He goes, well, how about that? He said, I'm actually starting to listen to that and to enjoy. He said, so you guys are out of Alabama? And I said, yes, sir, we are. And I said, let me tell you a little story. I said, we actually have a family that makes a pilgrimage to Alabama from your state of Michigan just to come and see the show back when that was we were doing that, and we'll try to start that back this summer, we hope. And I said, as a matter of fact, I believe their annual pilgrimage is happening tomorrow, and we actually will say hello to them on the show and have them on as guests. And we always ask what it was like to travel to Alabama, and there was a pause. He said, now what? And I said, there's people from Michigan that travel to Alabama to come and see the guys on the show every year because
we have an affiliate there.
Yeah, and we did. I don't think we do anymore. Do we still have an affiliate in Michigan?
There might be one way up north.
Yeah, I don't know that we do anymore.
We still have it on our list. Let me put it that way.
I'm not sure that's accurate, but anyway. so anyway, he couldn't believe what I was saying. He was like, "They come to Alabama," and I said, "Yes, they do." And he said, and this was the quote. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
And I said, as a matter of fact, I think tomorrow they're coming back. It was weird that I ended up talking to
it was.
a church in Michigan.
Crazy timing
yesterday. I mean, this happened yesterday. I can give you the time. He called at 4:05 p.m. Central Time. But anyway, so those of you that don't know this story, say hello to Erica Scudder and also her mom, Amy Zertsky. Is that right?
Yeah.
Zertsky. And you guys...
It's like thirsty with a Z, right?
You guys have traveled again to spend time in our home state, and our home state can be thankful for your visits because of the show.
Yes.
And so you've had some experiences in the past involving Airbnb and various motels and hotels. For some reason, I wanted to say Holiday Inn right then because of the song.
Yeah.
But so. Anything happened to you guys this time?
Well, we didn't think so. We thought we were safe this time. It was a Red Roof Inn that we had booked, and Mom said that it got good reviews. And apparently it did get good reviews, but when we got there, we met some interesting characters along the way.
They don't have a column for interesting characters, do they?
Yeah.
When they rate places.
Yeah, it's okay to check with us on like where should we stay.
The inside was fine.
Yeah, the inside of the room was fine.
Yes.
It was clean. Yeah.
It was remodeled not too long ago.
Did you notice when you got there maybe the part of town it was in, or?
Well, yes, it was in a fine part of town.
Okay, good.
I don't know if these people were living somewhere around there or just
Perhaps
sleeping
living there.
So were they in the parking lot or something, or what?
Yes.
What? Can you give us more details on that?
Well, we got greeted by a man who he just kept saying howdy to us, and every time we walked by, it was just howdy.
And he would just say what?
I stopped saying anything at all.
Yeah, and he would say what?
He just said howdy.
Howdy.
Yeah, just howdy.
Right.
And then he tried to strike up a conversation, but we tried to just get back to our room.
I kept trying to push her in the car.
Did you really? Okay.
I admit, I'm a paranoid mother. And then there was the shirtless lurker that had us.
A shirtless lurker?
Yes.
Yeah,
He was just lurking around, and it seemed like
Up
at every
above, down
corner
below.
that we turned, he was there, and he just kind of would stare, and
Even
then
this
he'd
morning, he was
lurk
shirtless.
away.
Wait, he was shirtless again this morning?
This morning.
And you saw him like last night?
Yeah.
Yes, and this morning.
So shirtless lurker is
With
just
a
moving.
cigarette, right?
Yeah, would just move around the hotel.
Yes.
Apparently, all hours of the day and night.
Apparently.
Well, Well, I'm so sorry. I mean, it's okay. Do they ever get here and something not happen?
Well, there's probably more to
Erica
it.
set
We
off
won't
the
go into
Walmart
it.
alarm too. So
You set off what?
Oh, apparently I set off the alarm at Walmart. I was going in an emergency exit and I didn't realize it.
Right.
Now, how did you? I mean, where did you try to get out of Walmart? You didn't go out the big glass doors where the cash registers are at the front.
No, I was just getting a cart and there were these weird flaps and I wasn't paying attention.
she thought it was because she didn't have a mask on.
I thought maybe Gretchen Whitmer was like stalking me from Michigan to Alabama. And alert, she's out on vacation having fun.
Whitmer chased you down.
So y'all had quite a run with your governor.
Yeah, you have.
Oh, yes.
Well, has she released the people of Michigan yet? Or-
No, she has not.
Is it like living under a queen, like a
dictator?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are not free.
What is she trying to accomplish? Does she think this is making everybody safer, or what's she saying?
I don't know. I think it's a power grab, but
I mean, does she realize that this thing's kind of winding down? I mean, is she going to return Michigan to the United States anytime soon? Or?
There's no talk of it. I mean, we haven't had things open in so long. The restaurants closed and then reopened on February 1st, but they still can only they were 25% capacity. Now they can be up to 50, but because the tables have to be 6 feet apart, they still can't really. So none of the fast food restaurants have even opened inside. They haven't been open inside for like a year now.
Oh my goodness! And I guess you'll be in mass forever.
Probably.
Yeah. Yes. So if she hears about this variant thing, I mean, there's no telling what's going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, she catches a variant report, Rick.
If somebody says variant.
So when is her term up? Can you guys vote somebody else in?
Yes, we can. And they do have a recall. They did get a lot of signatures. I heard they had enough, but
didn't happen.
I don't know. I mean, they're still trying to go forward.
That's
with
probably not an easy process, though. I mean,
No. So are there people there that say outside? I guess if you get outside of Philadelphia, I mean, sorry, in Michigan, in Detroit. I was thinking about Pennsylvania. If you get outside of Detroit, do people not like her? I mean, is it mainly just the big cities that are all of it, just like you find everywhere?
Yeah. Most people I encounter do not like her at all.
Right. There are lots of our towns where it's not followed.
Everybody just disregards it.
Yes.
Unless she comes in and
there's a list of places that you can go that are
little pockets of freedom.
Like a speakeasy.
Yeah. little pockets of freedom.
But now her husband got to travel and go up and get the boat out, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's the beauty, as Mel Brooks said, it's good to be king.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry for lurking around y'all's hotel room. That's on me. That's on me.
We'll be back. Rick and Bubba.
Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Working on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. That will get you very far. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba to the higher. Rick and Bubba. They all up in the house.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour. You had to give them a smile. It never come down. So we've got Erica and Mom, Amy, from Michigan. They've made a pilgrimage to the state of Alabama, the home of the Rick and Bubba show, after discovering it. And again, I never can remember. How did you discover the show?
I was on the radio for a short time in Grand Rapids.
That's right. Yeah, that was right. We were when we had our affiliate in Grand Rapids, and you heard us there, and then you now hear it how?
I have to go to YouTube.
YouTube. Y'all watch it on YouTube.
Yes.
So I see you brought gifts, which are always the right thing to do. That's Southern hospitality, and you have Governor Whitmer on the. So tell us, just Erica, tell us what you have here.
Well, I brought some candy in the Michigan flag, but the special sticker, it says Pure Moron. It's a spoof off of the Pure Michigan commercials that they do up north in Michigan.
So they do Pure Michigan. And what you did is you took that same setup banner, put her picture on it, and it has Pure Moron.
Well, I didn't make it up. I can't take credit for the joke. We actually have seen a lot of yard signs that have it around where we live because we're not the only ones who have those sentiments about her.
Right. And what did you bring us here?
Well,
There's the billboard.
Yeah.
Brought you some candy and.
Okay.
Erica, thank you. That's very kind.
And we have a Michigan flag, and I still
Go
have
Big Blue.
I still have my Michigan hat that you guys gave us, and I have a Michigan shirt that you guys gave us. So we always get a little something from Michigan. And today it's candy with a Michigan flag and a Pure Moron thing for Governor Whitmer.
And we do think college football is better when the Wolverines are better.
Yeah, I know. It's
been a little while though.
Are y'all okay with? I mean, it's like the Wolverines. It just doesn't seem to. Are y'all ever coming back to be good again in college football?
I don't know anything about
No.
So y'all don't even know anything about that? Y'all don't follow football at all?
No.
Do you follow sports at all?
No, I don't think croquet counts.
No. Well, you know what? You would be 100%.
So
right.
what do y'all follow? What kind of interest do y'all have?
Well, I like theater, and I like skateboarding.
Yeah, Mom.
I like horses.
Okay.
Go riding.
You might want to talk to Hams about that.
Yeah.
He's got one that's really into horses now, and we were talking about that yesterday. Do you guys, does husband and dad, does he ever say, what are y'all doing going back on this pilgrimage again? I notice he doesn't do it.
This is kind of the girls' trip.
Yeah,
right.
right. Yeah. So does he ever question it? Like, what are y'all doing?
They just think it's crazy, and
So the guys in the family just kind of go, well, if this is y'all's thing, go ahead and do it.
right, because they think what we do
Well,
is
we travel together so well because we both like to just go to random places and towns and just kind of, I don't know, ramble around.
Yeah, and I guess,
Me-
Erica, when you got married, your husband knew what he was getting into because y'all had already started the pilgrimages.
Yep, he knew.
Right.
I
And
told
You
him-
made him come one
Yeah,
time.
he came
right?
one
Just-
time.
Yes, I said I want to have my honeymoon at Alabama and go to the Rick and Bubba show on our honeymoon.
You know what? I don't know that we hear that a lot, but I think it's an excellent call.
Yeah, I mean, when we had the golden ticket seats, we'd see some people that would be here. They didn't make it the center of the honeymoon. but
Right,
they would
right.
like, if they
We
were
had a
sitting-
few engagements,
right?
you know.
And a few people making out in the corners. There.
Right, yeah. You
Yeah.
had to watch those corner
Yeah,
seats.
yeah, right. So, and when you said that to your husband, what did he say?
He basically just said, yes, dear, and I knew he was a good man.
He's a keeper. And how long have you been married now?
Almost 3 years, so in July will be our 3rd anniversary.
Oh, you crazy newlyweds.
How about that? That's good. And how far do you live from mom and dad?
Only 15 minutes, and I consider that too far.
Oh, really?
She's 10 minutes.
Oh, well, 15 when I drive. I'm a slow driver. I would be kicked off the Autobahn.
Well, yeah, you could not do the Autobahn.
I would
That's
be
good.
fine.
So how long, when y'all make these pilgrimages, how long do y'all stay in Alabama?
Well, this time it's a week. It's not usually
Not
that
quite
long.
a week. Yeah,
Well,
we're like
about-
6 days.
yeah.
This will be the longest. She's never been away from her husband that long.
Really? You know, you missed Ozzy Osbourne. He was here.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, they did their show here.
And Erica, you got some national coverage holding up a Trump sign at a Trump rally, didn't you?
Yeah, what was that about?
Oh, it was actually when we saw Mike Pence. He was coming in, and the Detroit News, they just had a little picture, and I was holding it. I had my broken wrist, so my cast was in the picture.
Did you start getting a lot of text and phone calls saying we think you're being featured in a news story with a sign as Pence comes to Michigan?
No.
Yeah. And if you just could have had a Rick and Bubba sign, don't want to get into that.
Maybe a deal sign.
I'm just
A
saying,
deal sign.
you know, if you're going to be this into the show, you got to
Right.
make it count. I mean, there should have been maybe
I
a
should
Rick
have
and,
advertised for you.
right. I mean, if you'd have had a Rick and Bubba sign, then
Were a lot of folks disappointed in the election in Michigan?
Yes, we do
Yeah.
have a lot of people who still think that.
We were really surprised that this happened.
Mhm.
Didn't see it coming.
well, y'all could have helped.
Do a lot of people think there was shenanigans in
Yeah.
the county
Yes.
process?
Oh, yeah.
My husband and I are currently flying a Trump 2024 flag in our
Are
front
you really?
yard.
Are you
Yes.
really?
It's mostly for our neighbor, who we don't particularly care for.
Oh, okay. That's right. Does he ever fire? I don't mean fire back, but put another sign up going in the other direction.
So we
does he have
originally
Does he
had a-
have a pure Michigan
We
sign?
originally had a Trump 2021, and then they had a Biden one, and now we have our Trump flag, and they don't really have anything, but
Right. So
we just, we
You're battling it out.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of live in a redneck town, and most people are, Trump supporters. They're kind of the odd ones. They're quite snobby, and we just want to show them, I don't think they moved to the right town because.
Well, Bubba and I've talked about this on the show for years. Everybody thinks that rednecks are only in the South. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, we've got shops everywhere, Rick.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
on.
I mean, look, we've got chapters.
I've seen cars on blocks in Michigan. Come on.
100%.
Oh.
Well, we're glad y'all are here.
What else you gonna do with it?
Enjoy your time in Alabama, and glad we got a chance to say hello. So appreciate you, and thank you for the
Thank you.
the bucket there. With
Yeah,
pure
looks like
moron
breakfast is here.
and some candy. That's good. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And I thank you for being with us. The whole team thanks you. Team Rick and Bubba. Hey, be sure and check rickandbubba.com. New items in the store. If you haven't seen them, some new hats, new shirts, new grilling apron. Got a new grilling utensil coming soon. Wildwood a fork. Not there yet, but it should be in before too long. Also, don't forget, speaking of grilling season is upon us. Butcherbox.com/Bubba can help. If you have not decided to be a ButcherBox customer, what are you waiting on? High quality meat conveniently shipped right to your door. No antibiotics, no hormones. This is free range organic chicken, heritage bred pork. Their pork is so good. 100% grass fed and grass finished beef. Fresh caught seafood like salmon, the old sockeye, Greg, a wild caught, and scallops. 20 different cuts of meat to choose from. Their box is shipped fresh right to the door. And the website, for those of you that are veterans like us, remember the website, loaded with awesome recipes that the whole family will love. And if you'd like to do it now for the first time, listen to this. Butcherbox.com/Bubba will give you whatever you order. Here's what comes with it at no charge. We call it the free essentials bundle in the first box. We will get you 3 pounds of chicken breast, 2 pounds of pork chops, and 2 pounds of ground beef, all for free in the first box. Wow, it's time to move. Butcherbox.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com and you'll find them right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, have you texted Betty this morning, your wife?
I have not. I was waiting to be sure that this story was accurate.
May not
and
be
that we
true.
could confirm it.
But we can, all we can say is there's a rumbling. There's a rumbling concerning Lori Loughlin.
Rick, it looks like because the show that she was on, what's it called? Wind Calls the Heart or something? Yeah, Wind Calls the Heart. Do y'all watch that show?
Breaking Wind.
No, it's Wind Calls the Heart.
Wind.
WHEN.
Yeah, wind comes from a heart.
Hurts the heart.
Wind calls the heart.
It comes from a.
Now they have while they dropped Lori Loughlin pretty quick. When all this
like a bad
happened.
habit.
That's right.
But they didn't write her character out of the show. They said she was going away. They still mention her from time to time about her being gone and how much they miss her on the show. And one of the other actresses was in an interview this week, and she said that she would welcome Lori back with open arms. And she said it's not the same without her. And as a matter of fact, they even point to the fact that she was mentioned in last week's episode as a hint. As a hint that she might be coming back to the hit series. Now, I've tried to find any ratings information about did it drop after she was dropped. Now, I know one person that didn't watch it anymore. That'd be Betty Bussey.
So she protested when they removed her.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm rethinking that. Rick, for 27 years we've been anti-boycott. I am really rethinking the boycott angle.
All right, I
think we are cheating ourselves out of a major political force with our boycott.
What you're saying is let's just have our own mob.
That's right.
Now, let me warn you.
Let our mob take the other mob.
Let me warn you, though, and you know this, and we just have to know this going in. Really, you can't say that we want to be people who boycott. We want to be another mob. Because if you start boycotting, it will be impossible to be consistent. So what we will do is we will acknowledge we pick and choose our mob.
Yeah. We're not going to be 100%. Yeah, and they're not either.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like having a home guard, if you would,
right.
or some type of defense force. When you see the troops amassing to make a raid on your city, you have to build up your troops.
Well, we also can see in the past, and I'm bringing up these examples because it wasn't that long this happened. We saw Duck Dynasty. There was an attempt to cancel them, and the supporters of Duck Dynasty were so overwhelming, and they were a louder mob that everybody, basically A&E, Cracker Barrel, everybody reset and said, hey, we're sorry. We're putting it back on.
We measured our mobs, and we decided which mob we were going with.
Right. All right, one that's close and dear to most of our hearts is, and a lot of people that listen to this show, because I've got a ton of emails. Speedy and I were talking about this earlier, Major League Baseball. Okay? So for your plan, what is the proper plan? What should we be doing? Should we boycott baseball altogether, Major League Baseball, or should we just boycott the All-Star game and the draft and hurt ratings there?
Okay.
So what would be our plan for Major League Baseball? Because I'll be honest, I haven't skipped a beat watching the Braves.
Well, you're again, you know this, and I don't want to repeat it. For me, this is a non-issue because I'm not a supporter of it anyway.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be giving up anything.
All right, so Helms,
I could just keep living like I'm living.
And I think this is a mistake that boycotters make a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
They call for a boycott, and it's not near as damaging as they hoped it to be, so
Yeah.
they lose all power in it. So I think what you do is you say on a weekend coming up, so-and-so weekend, we're not going to watch baseball. We're not going to the game. You ask everybody to skip the game for one weekend, and you send a shot over the bow. And then if the Braves go out and there's 4,000 people in the stands as opposed to 30 or 40, they go, and say, look, if we don't get what we want, we're going to bring this full scope on you guys. You shoot a shot over the bow so that they know, hey, now we got another mob we got to deal with.
See, this is one of those things, too, where the Braves didn't make this decision. Major League Baseball did. So do you hurt the Braves by not watching? And I don't know the answer to this, but are you hurting the Atlanta even more by not going to the game, or the players? I don't know the answer.
But you heard it. You get every city. So if you get it, if it's
I
across
get
Major
where
League
you're
Baseball.
going with it, but
I think the simplest thing to be the first step, which is what you're kind of asking.
Yeah.
The first step would be is that you have to make viewership of the All-Star game practically nothing.
Yeah.
Because that All-Star move is the thing you're upset about currently.
Yeah.
But that's halfway through the season.
So you have to punish that
Don't worry,
All-Star.
everybody's forgot even that it happened.
Yeah, that's the problem. Everybody forget about it by then. So you got to
True.
do. Yeah. And so
I had lunch with a guy Tuesday, and he was so adamant about I will never watch. He has a college baseball player as a son right now, and he said I will never watch a Major League Baseball game again until they make another change and do the right thing.
Yeah,
and I've heard that from many people. Now I haven't gone that route.
Well,
like I said,
I have too. I've heard that from a surprisingly large number of
Mm-hmm.
people that, and I heard some during football season do that, and I think some of them have wrote off football.
Can
I
I say
we
this?
got all the kneeling stuff.
I'll give baseball fans credit. If you look at their past, they're willing to boycott. Remember the players' strike?
Yeah.
It took them a long time to recover from that because the fans went away.
Yep. And it was red hot before that strike.
Yeah. So baseball fans seem to have the stomach to do this kind of thing, but I think then now you've made the point that's right. The All-Star game is still so far away. So probably more what Bubba was talking about, you call and say, I'm canceling my season tickets. You go and dump your season tickets at the gate. I will not come here.
What about just a weekend to begin with?
I won't do this. They've got to see something that makes them go, we got a big problem. And I guess what you're saying, Bubba, maybe there's been outcry about Lori Loughlin returning to Win Calls the Heart. Now, there is one story that says her husband has simply called the producers and paid them to put her in. Now, I don't know.
Okay, but let me here. One of her co-stars from the show, who plays the school teacher, and I can't say her last name. She says in the interview, some of the fans have asked what will happen to Abigail's character, and shared their opinion that Hope Valley should be an example of forgiveness and grace. As Lori's friend, I could not agree more. So she's saying, I want her back. She's saying they're getting fans who are writing the show saying, we want her back.
And that's the question I'm asking.
And you're going to get a lot of press coverage about it.
Yeah.
Which you get people talking about your show.
Yep.
It's not a bad thing.
Let's look at
and a big bump the show she comes back on. Huge.
So I want to point you to a documentary that you need to watch, Operation Varsity Blues. This is the college admission scandal. Now, it's not going to focus much on Lori Loughlin.
Is that the Netflix one?
Yeah, she's mentioning it, but they really focus on the guy who was doing it.
That was going around getting
the one who created it, and we've met. Look, we've all met this guy in our lives 1,000 times. I can mention a few names to you.
Okay, he already did.
He is that guy that has always had some sort of something going.
I saw that. I hadn't watched it.
And you
got a deal.
And the way he was doing it, and the way it was set up, it's worth a watch.
Okay.
So Operation Varsity Blues. So it helped me to understand it better, what was actually going on.
So explain. I mean, wasn't basically you had some coaches of some of these sports, and most of them were not the major ones.
And he made sure of that.
Yeah.
He said he went to the outside the big three.
So he's the middleman. that set all this
So
up.
he's the person you call, and you say,
he's the
I want my kid in this school, and he says, I'm on it. I'll develop a plan. Here's how much it'll cost you. And then he had some coaches.
Then he paid people.
He had
off,
coaches on the take. He had sports information people on the take. He
built
would,
him a little
based on your kids. He'd say things like, "Has your kid ever played so and so?"
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, not to any level. Okay, but you got pictures of them, right?
Right.
Yeah, no,
Right.
that kind of stuff. And
So let's just say
he photoshopped people in boats, and I mean, but he went with these obscure sports,
right?
That they liked the money he was giving them. So he would become a big donor.
It was tennis, lacrosse, rowing.
Like I believe it was USC. He became a big donor to the boating team where they'd go out and do these boat races. No, it wasn't rowing. It was like you get in like boats and you sail them and this kind of thing. Maybe it was sailing. That might have been it.
Is that?
Yeah, and he would just.
Wasn't the rowing?
Well, that too. That was one of them. But in this particular case, they asked the coach, and he says, biggest mistake I ever made. He goes, but the fact that I was able to get his organization would write a big check that was clean, that was donating to, but I want it for this particular sport. And then that would be so much more funding than they were normally getting.
They were glad to get it.
They were glad to get it. And then he'd call up and say, now, you probably got my donation. Now, I want to ask you about a little something here. Yeah, and that's how he would do it.
And then some of the coaches saw this as a way to make money.
Absolutely.
And they said, so we got, say 12 people on our team. I'm going to have 10 that are legitimate.
Yeah.
And I may save 2 spots for fundraising.
The soccer coach at Notre Dame, he was all in. He was all in.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we make our way back, so finishing up talking about the documentary Varsity Blues, and we're doing that because there's a Lori Loughlin update that she may be returning to When the Heart Calls You, or
When the Heart Calls.
Yeah, the heart calls, or the wind calls
I
the
don't know if
heart.
Betty has seen it yet.
But anyway, so Varsity Blues, the documentary, it was not Notre Dame's soccer coach. Two of them, but the one in the documentary was the guy who's the women's soccer coach at Yale. It was an Ivy League school, not Notre Dame. And then there was another one from UCLA that was on the take. But you know what else he would do? The guy running it, you know what else he would do? He had a guy that was like genius level that would go take the ACT or the SAT for your child as well.
All right.
And the way he had that set up, where
Mom and Dad
he would
would
go
know
get
that.
the score you needed, and this guy was on it, and he got arrested because he was getting paid per test from this guy. So he had all kinds of stuff going on. He had many ways to get you into the college of your choice.
I guess I could see how some of that would work. But think about this. I like taking these things and flipping around
Here
and
he
look
goes.
at them. Okay. So if I'm a college and I have teams that don't generate money, and honestly, I'm thinking, well, heck, I got to take more money out of football to pay for whatever. Okay. Fill in the blank. If it was done at the university level, why wouldn't they go, well, you know what? Just like NASA's going to sell rides to the space station to help finance it by people who are not astronauts, why don't we sell a couple of spots on this team to raise money for that team? And each team might become self-sufficient that way. What would that hurt?
Just sell spots straight up.
But done at the university level, they know it's being done.
Right.
And they even have a meeting, go, okay, we got 12 people on this team. How many spots can we sell?
Yeah.
And stay legit. Well, 2.
Well,
and then you give some kids that don't have athletic talent, but maybe got a little cash, an opportunity to make the team.
Yeah.
Coach ain't got to play them.
Yeah. Well,
they're on the team. If they're good,
yeah,
they
most
play.
of them never participated
Right.
at all.
But you'd have to participate.
Right.
You'd have to
wasn't
be
they
on
fake
the team.
injury, a career-ending injury, or something like that?
Yeah, and he had people paid that were on the boards of approving scholarships going to people, so that they,
he
that
had
person.
he had a vertical
don't miss
monopoly,
this.
didn't
You
he?
know how he did the ACT, SAT? He had you put in that your kid had a learning disability, and they struggle with testing, and they have these where you can allow it to be tested by yourself with one person with no time limit. He said, so we got to have that because that's going to open up for me to get my guy in.
Right.
So that would open the door, and guess who would end up being the person giving your child the test? The guy he was paying. And then that guy would just fill it out.
Again, I repeat.
Okay,
I
so
repeat.
I understand. I'm not
I
saying
know it's wrong, but you got to love his organization.
Rick, I'm like Greg. I'm not saying he's right and we should admire this behavior.
No,
okay? But I'm just saying
his entrepreneurial spirit, you got to love his spirit.
But I'm saying, okay, so we say that's wrong. That's bad.
It's wrong.
Okay.
He's breaking the laws. He's breaking rules. He's wrong.
But let's go back to the university level. I'm the athletic director. I'm trying to figure out how to raise money, and with the school's approval. And I go, look, we got the golf team. How many people are on a golf team usually? I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's just use
8 to 10.
The 10-12 rule again.
I want you to
Let's
say 10.
there-
I like working with numbers. I like
okay,
base
let's say
10.
there's 10.
I love base 10.
Okay, Monk, there's 10. Okay, and there's 10.
Don't
and
you
we
like
go,
base 10?
and we go. We can't. Everybody's not going to play anyway. Let's sell one spot. And we'll get enough for that one spot to finance the whole team.
Absolutely.
What is wrong with that? If the university
if it was
knows
above
they're doing
board,
it.
if it was above board,
Yeah, if everybody knows it and just calls it, what's going on? And then if they play good enough and work their way into the lineup, fine. I'm not talking about.
Why wouldn't you just? But here's the thing: if they're not gonna be a part of the actual lineup, because you've said that, then why don't you just allow this person to be a part of like a manager or a mascot and let them write the check?
Good.
It's the same thing.
Well, now y'all do know this.
I mean, this is.
But they want to be on the team.
You've got guys that are
And
have
Daddy's
put
going
in.
to write the check, or Mama, and he wants them to be on the team.
You've got guys that have put. I don't like this
Then
because
he'll
you've
want 'em
got
to play.
guys that have put in their 10,000 hours to be one of the best in this sport, and it's being taken away because somebody's writing a check. I don't like it at all.
Well, now let me be honest. You do know that happens anyway.
What do you mean?
There are people who are big
yeah, but
donors.
they're actually decent baseball players or basketball players or whatever.
But I'm talking when we get
if two people are the same and one of them can write a bigger check, obviously you're going with this. But that's not what we're talking about.
what
in
I'm
this
saying,
situation.
well, what I'm talking about is when you get to the second level players. I'm not talking about the dominant people. When these other slots on teams,
there's been many times that a big donor's kid.
But that's not what he's talking about.
Got that slot when actual player was better than him but didn't have as much money.
Right.
I'm not saying he's elite.
No, I completely understand it's going on.
Because there's 10 spots for players and 2 spots for checks. Right. Or in your case, based in.
If my name's on a building at the university and my kid is about as good as yours or maybe a little less good than yours,
you're getting a scholarship.
My kid's going to get a scholarship.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah.
But
again,
if everybody
that's not
knows
what
that
he's-
going in,
Yeah.
say, my way's actually cleaner, everybody knows. It's not just kind of,
Well, what this guy was
sleazy.
doing was
not clean.
No,
Rick,
at
I'm
all.
not suggesting what he did was right. I'm just trying to think of ways for universities to raise money.
But let me go back to this cat. This
Let
guy.
him be a part of the program, but not actually play.
This guy who's going to
I
jail.
like where you're going with
this
it.
guy
Yeah.
who's going to jail.
I'm not saying it's a perfect plan yet.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out ideas.
All these people are going to
I'm
jail.
an idea guy.
All these guys are going to jail, including the guy. This guy had so much ability to be a legitimate entrepreneur. Why did,
Isn't that normally how it goes,
Yeah, I
though?
don't understand sometimes how these mastermind criminals, if you just put it into the legitimate world.
Bernie Madoff,
Yeah,
perfect example.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I mean, this
look,
guy he worked his butt off.
we got people in government committing worse crimes than Bernie Madoff ever thought about doing, and we give them a job and their pictures on the wall. But this is what we need to do with that guy, Rick. Instead of putting him in jail, we need to let that guy be our negotiator with China.
Or let him now, as law enforcement does a lot, let him now
Flip
be the
him.
guy who helps them catch people doing
Like
it.
Catch Me If You Can.
Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah.
They put him to work for them.
By the way, that movie is a fantastic movie.
It's a good movie. It's one of them that when it's on, I'll watch it.
Oh, every time. Yeah. And then they put him to work to catch people like him.
Yeah.
Bubba,
he knew all the tricks.
To your point, step number one in order to fix a lot of this is just remove the NCAA from the situation. How many parents that currently have athletes would actually donate money to a situation if they could, if they were allowed to?
Just go to play in the NAIA. They do this stuff all the time.
You have to have some
You're right.
organization to oversee it all. I'm not saying you're not going to have that, but if you do it above board, because like in your example, you don't want some kid to miss out playing because somebody else has money. But if you don't have money for that sport, they may do away with the sport altogether. So why not have you go this many for that, this many for the pay spots, and then the coach plays whoever he wants to, whoever gives him the best chance to win.
It just dawned on me on what Helmsley said. All we've done is describe the NAIA.
Yeah.
Because I got news for you. Whatever you need, they get it for you if you'll come play for them.
But this is all above board. Everybody knows.
Well,
the
NAIA
deal.
is above board. They just don't have the same rules as NCAA. They're not doing anything illegal. That's just the way they do it.
Yeah.
Your girlfriend want to play softball? That sounds good.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program. We'll record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Be out this weekend. We're talking Banana Ball with its creator, Jesse Cole. Also, yesterday's Bible study now archived and available for your consumption on our YouTube and podcast channel. Headed out tomorrow to represent the show. I'll be headed to Cleveland, Tennessee. If you'd like to find out more about that, woods, water, outdoors, the whole family can come. It's a big event that First Baptist Cleveland, Tennessee's had for years, and I'll be the speaker tomorrow. Can't wait. If you want to be part of that, get your ticket at rickandbubba.com under events. And for those of you that would like to kick the tires on themanchurch.com, we'll have all of our resources and swag there as well. So, Bubba, we start this hour with a wacky world. Yep.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
A look around the wacky.
Ooh.
Bubba, this line right here ought to get your attention. Cincinnati, Ohio, monkeys, on the loose. On Cincinnati's west side, about 5 monkeys are on the loose on Cincinnati's west side, including some seen, Bubba, you ready for this? Swinging in trees at a cemetery overnight. That has now been confirmed this morning. If you were listening to the show live, they've reached out to the Cincinnati Zoo to try to round up the primates. Did they get out of the zoo?
Well, they don't know. No, they're not missing from the zoo. They say they now think that they potentially escaped from a private collection at a home.
Here we go.
A private collection.
Who's collecting monkeys?
Who?
Monkeys right now!
And that's 5 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand somebody might have a monkey as a pet, okay, but 5 of them?
So this is the cemetery. Adler's got some footage. I'm trying to see if I can see a monkey.
I don't see a lot of trees. Just, okay, there they are.
There they are. Can you see them? No way. They're not there. Okay.
I started to say, out in the middle, there's not a lot of trees because you have to dig out there.
Yeah, this is just a shot of the actual cemetery.
Right.
This is not them. But they said
there's one.
That they say that the monkeys.
I looked at where.
They said the monkeys have they're not there anymore. They couldn't find them. They're back now looking for them. They could see them last night. Residents were saying, we see monkeys. They did find out who was drinking and not drinking in this neighborhood.
Right. Yeah, we need to know who reported this. Is it legal to own a monkey in the state of Ohio? Somebody asked on Twitter. According to the Ohio Department of Agriculture, yes, sorta. Depends on what type. Right now, no one has reported the type of species of the reported monkeys on the loose.
But they think private collection.
Right. They think.
Who wants this in your neighborhood? We're going to I don't know what's happened to us in this country when it comes to exotic pets. We just don't seem to be having a logical, level-headed look at this. I mean, is it okay? I mean, I'm all about liberty and I'm all about freedom, but you know, you can't put other people at risk.
And shouldn't common sense fall in there somewhere?
We come up, we got, you know what? You know how you sometimes every time you look, for instance, if you're getting on an airplane, you know, and they're like, you know, here's what's acceptable, here's what's not. There's there's pictures, there's cartoons to look at,
drawings. All that.
Can we not say here's the pets allowed? Dog, cat. That's it.
I mean, really,
what does anybody need beyond a dog and a cat?
Well, here's the problem with a monkey. Especially a herd of them, you got to have a pretty extreme cage to keep them in because guess what? Monkeys climb and get out of anything.
They really can go.
Right? I mean, you'd have to have a cage with a top on it, right?
Do they ride dogs?
Help me here. Am I overlooking something?
Yeah, and you notice I didn't include birds in that because honestly, you bird people, come on now. We really shouldn't. Should we be caging up birds? I mean, set them free.
Whoa.
Do we need?
Well, Rick, look, we could take this to a lot of, to a lot of places. We're taking something that has the gift of flight and putting it in a cage.
That's right.
Well,
A dog or a
fish,
cat? A dog or-
fish could go, over 3/4 of the earth, and
Yeah.
we put them in a bowl a foot
I don't.
wide.
I don't like
mean,
to see fish in bowls
seems
or
brutal.
in cubes, and I don't like to see. And I'm not some animal weirdo, but there's something about the gift of flight being harnessed, inside a tiny cage. And
if you love your bird, you clip its wings.
and my ability to swim wherever I can keep going in the waterways, and you got me in here in a box looking in.
Yeah.
A couple of us
With
are
a
up,
fake diver.
A couple of us are belly up. You net them out and keep moving. I mean, it's. I understand it's just a fish. But I mean,
You remember my encounter at a baseball game with the family that had a cockatoo, and it was out there just a barking and going nuts,
Yeah.
but it couldn't fly away.
No, because we flipped its wings.
Yeah.
Every now and then
They
we
just
talk
though. Yeah, boy, let me tell you.
But Rick, I got
Talk about a
dogs.
little chatter.
I got
Mhm.
dogs and cats, and they bring you a lot of joy. Everybody loves a good old dog, you know.
Sure.
And some of us love cats, but I just is that not enough? Is that not enough?
I guess not. I mean,
What about a goat?
We've said this time.
Well, if you're running a farm, that's
They
one
do a
thing.
little
We're
work.
talking about pets.
They'll clear an area for you.
Oh, yeah. But we're talking about just good old neighborhood pets.
We've said this many times on the program. Who in the world has a hole in their life that can only be filled by a reptile?
Yeah, an iguana.
Yeah,
or
they
a
don't even
snake.
interact with you.
Yeah, a snake.
At least a monkey can climb and
at least
throw
fish.
stuff
A
at you.
snake can't interact. It's not going to come up beside you and put its
Well,
head
it
on
will
you.
if it's measuring you out before it swallows you.
I can understand an aquarium and it's making the soothing noise and the beauty and the soothing.
The little
component of that.
shipwreck down there.
Yeah, a little
some of that's
shipwreck.
fun. Yeah,
The treasure chest, it goes brrr.
Yeah, now you got to keep it clean. I don't like these people don't keep it
Clamshell.
clean. But it's a little too much work for me. But I don't mind being somewhere where there is one.
All right, so I had a strong run with fish at college.
I remember
I
that.
thought it was
Why
cool.
at college? of
I don't
all
know
time
why.
would you want
I think I have an idea.
responsibility of
But
fi-
Speedy-
I know why.
Can I tell you something?
Speedy's was all different.
No, it was, but still, I've been really
He was
upset.
trying to lull people.
Yeah,
I remember
had him a bachelor pad.
Well, the light with it just was a good mood.
I
You
remember
had to clean it though.
I remember when you had that time of your life where you were the most free. The most free.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you were the most fulfilled, but you were the most free.
Mm-hmm.
And you took on Alaskan Huskies and aquariums?
I know.
Why would you do that?
Not just one dog, two.
Yeah,
Plus
and-
from
and-
fish.
and two-
I bet you let that aquarium get skanky before you cleaned it. I
Why
bet
would
it
you
was
take
just
that on?
slicked over.
At the most free time of
I
your
know,
life,
I know.
you were running free.
Yeah.
It's almost like you were a horse that was put out to pasture, and I look, and you're back over there.
I don't know.
And you can't-
I
you
blame
can't find it again.
Well, yeah. Well, we got up to a 55 gallon
But
with a bunch of
why?
cichlids in there.
Yeah, but why would you take that on?
I don't know.
I know
don't
it was for atmosphere. With
It
the leather
was. It was
couch.
a
I
little bit
got
of
all
that. It was a little bit of that.
Your
And
college was different. Mine, that'd been a lot of beer money wasted on a big 50-gallon.
Most people don't look at it that way, Greg.
Yeah,
Right,
just saying.
right. Yeah, I mean that's not the first thing that came to mind.
but
but-
Okay, I got my
Speedy
college
used it-
budget. Am I going to spend it on
Rick,
an aquarium?
Speedy used it to relax everybody.
Well, and
But why take on those Huskies?
blood
That's not
pressure
Yeah,
relaxing.
the Huskies, I don't know.
Why
what I
did
was
you
doing.
take that on?
I don't
Here,
know.
Rick, the Huskies would run his blood pressure up. He'd go in the house and look at the fish, and he'd come back.
But
Yeah,
Greg,
that's what it
Greg,
was.
Greg, he wasn't no pitcher college. He was a single man with a job, no longer going to college. He could do anything he wanted.
And not only did he have them, Rick, they wouldn't stay in their pen.
He has two Huskies and a fish aquarium.
Oh, they got out and went north every
They wouldn't
chance
stay in
got.
their pen.
Every time.
Greg,
I
they
don't
go
know.
north
Oh, they were
every
burning
time.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were
I
saying
don't
if we
know.
can
I
just
don't
get
know.
to Tennessee.
I don't know what I was thinking
During
on
the
the
time
dog
that I
front.
was a single grown man, I had no pets and I barely even had furniture. I mean, my
I know.
I
Much
mean,
less an aquarium.
my bed was on the ground. I slept on the box springs. I didn't even have a bed frame because that was a hassle.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know
But
what
that
I was
mattress
Rick, I'd have bought a
slept great,
chair
Rick.
before I'd have bought an
the
aquarium.
simplicity of it all.
doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Don Juan took my 55
So,
gallon. I gave it to him.
No, I bet you just gave it
If
away.
you have an aquarium, I mean, has anything changed? I mean, you still have to clean it out quite, and that's kind
Oh
of
yeah,
a
you
big
have
process.
to.
man.
The
You
key
got one
is
of
to
them big
have some
salties.
good sucker fishes. You got to have that.
I mean,
And now let me just tell you, cleaning them out is a
But I mean, don't we
It's-
have
it's
some
tough.
technology that's improved
That's
that
tough.
somehow?
You remember the ones that came with a plant, and the bottom was the bowl, and they would eat the roots of the plant until they died? Those remained as free. Native fish.
I don't even remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to bring up the fact that Adler owned a snake and lost it?
Yeah, we've talked about that. And I'm trying to let Adler. I want to look at him like he is now.
Okay.
Let's don't look back.
Well, you're looking back on me.
Well, because I've been frustrated about that for years, and I never talked about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so we have no update on the monkeys in Cincinnati, so if we get an update on that, we'll let you know. More stories to cover today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, I haven't been following this story, but Greg and Speedy have out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. Unfortunately, it is a gruesome story. The coroner's office said that Dr. Robert Leslie, who was 70, and his wife Barbara were pronounced dead at a scene along with his grandchildren, 9 and 5. Now they say there's a fifth victim who's 38.
And he worked on the property.
Yeah, he'd been working there at the property. So someone came in and brutally murdered this family and someone who worked there at the house who'd been doing work there. And we were getting an update that said that the suspect had been found, and then right now
I thought it said apprehended.
Apprehended, and now we just had an update that the person that they think killed all these people is dead because he then turned the gun on himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Philip Adams, who is a former six-season NFL player, played 6 seasons on 6 different teams.
Right.
And they think now they're identifying him as the gunman who just went in and killed these people in cold blood, then turned the gun on himself.
And
so,
did he rob them? What was the motive?
Well,
they don't know.
It says here he last played in the NFL for the Falcons in 2015, and that apparently this doctor, he used to be a patient of this doctor, and his parents lived on the same street as the family, this very prominent doctor and his family in that area. But like y'all are saying, Rick, early on it was, the sheriff's department there even had to issue a statement saying, we have a suspect that's armed and dangerous. We're looking for him. And then the next one was we've apprehended him. And now this update is he actually turned the gun on himself.
So there you go. That's a bizarre story.
He was found dead outside his home.
So we'll see what happens. 6 seasons, 6 different teams. Sounds like he may have. He was a 7th round draft pick, as you said. The Falcons, and then the 49ers, then the Patriots, and the Seahawks, and the Raiders, and the Jets over his 6-year period. Somehow I'm with you, Greg. I think we're gonna somewhere along the way we're gonna see some kind of CTE NFL backlash on this bizarre behavior. So we'll see how that goes.
And if I could update, when I said found dead outside the home, that was actually James Lewis, the person working on the property. He was struck by gunfire outside the home where he ended up passing away.
The original story said that they had apprehended the suspect.
Yeah.
And that was like yesterday.
Right.
Now they're saying
they found him dead.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
I don't know. So it's a bizarre story, and if we get any more information, we can. Lance Armstrong's son, 21, has been arrested on allegations that he mistreated a drunk 16-year-old girl at his dad's house after a party in 2018. So he's been arrested and charged with the assault of a child, sexual assault, according to the Austin Police Department. Took place allegedly in 2018 after a party, and when he was 18, so don't know what's going on there. I guess now they're going to start the due process of trying to get to the bottom of what took place. But he is facing the charge, and like I said, that's Lance Armstrong's son, and they allege that it took place at his dad's house, some party there. So we'll see how that goes. And then, Bubba, we have a little bit of a COVID update here that's kind of hard to follow. Here's where you get a little confused in the plot to get to the other side of COVID-19, the pandemic. Over here in my left hand, Georgia is open for business.
Yep.
Governor Kemp lifts many of the COVID-19 restrictions. Our state of Alabama stops the mandate for mask, and I always thought the word mandate in these states is a little sketchy. It's really a suggestion, but they call it mandates. But anyway, so meaning the government's not going to be involved in it anymore. So you have that over here, and then you go over here in the right hand, and the UK's super COVID is now dominant, and they capitalize that from the dailymail.com. In the U.S., the CDC says, as variants are blamed for cases spiking more than 10% over 2 weeks in states like Michigan or Florida. So, I mean, over here we've got everything is opening and lifting, and we're gonna have capacity stadiums, and we've got Rangers. Hey, come on in if you make your own decisions. But then over here there seems to be an attempt for no. Variant.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like we're living in two different worlds right now.
It really
it's
is.
like,
Is it always what's next though? It seems like
it's like it's like I'm hiding, and somebody is screaming for me to come out while somebody else screams, "Dude, stay in there!"
Right.
And I'm looking. Which one am I doing? Come on out! Stay in there! Yes, come on! No!
I know politicians like to grab power. I'm not naive not to think that.
Yeah, you better believe that.
But I really don't understand what some of these states are thinking, because they're only hurting their own coffers. I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of the tax rates that some of the state or the tax money some of these states are bringing in, but they've took big hits on this because guess what? They told businesses they couldn't open, so they can't pay taxes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you tell me I can't go to my office, I can't fill out my form and send you a check on the 15th. So, I kind of thought that was something that you would recognize, but apparently people who've never run a business have no concept of that.
So
here we are now, and we're struggling for money. What is the holdup? I would think that a governor of all people would be pushing to get things back to normal as fast as they could.
It doesn't make any sense otherwise. But so it's now the variant screams.
I heard double mutant variant the other day. I mean, I'm double
Watch
mutant.
out.
What is that from?
You look
is that from Mars or what?
And we talked about earlier why they can make these statements or whatever. But it does feel like I said before. Everybody's saying variant, go. But unless you get the vaccine, then you're fine.
Well, still, I mean, you look at the numbers. If you're under 65, it's a very minimal risk of death.
Yep.
It's a fairly minimal risk of having to go to the hospital with it. It just seems like that it's well within the margin of risk that we need to accept and move on.
No, you're right, especially since we have the vaccine and especially since we have treatments
now that we didn't have
for people when they get sick, that we're doing a much better job of keeping them out of intensive care.
And they know what to look for.
Mm-hmm. We know more about it.
Know about the blood clot issues. And again, all along, do you remember when all this started, it was not to prevent people from getting it. It was to flatten the curve. People are going to get viruses that go around. We can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but our death rate and our hospitalizations are way down from where they were.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's, 99% survivable? 97% chance you're not going to go to the hospital. I mean, that's pretty good numbers, Rick.
I'll take them. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. We go to the people at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right. allform.com/Bubba. Have you got this? You writing this down? allform.com/Bubba. You can right now. We all want to be comfortable in our own home, but a lot of times we don't get rid of these worn-out chairs or couches. Sherry and I can just tell you we're loving the new AllForm chair that we got at the family farm. We ordered it just like you can do right now. You're going to love this furniture in your home, too. It's outstanding, high quality, handmade in America, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, all at affordable prices. Now, here's what I love. It's all customizable, and they ship it right to your door. Their factories in beautiful North Carolina. You pick your fabric, your color, the leg types that you want, customize it like you want it. You can pick the sofa size and the shape. And then you make sure it's perfect for your home. Then you order it. They customize it. Even maybe your office. You need something at your business. If you have kids or even pets, you're going to love that all the fabrics are spill, stain, and scratch resistant. Maybe you've got several monkeys. They really do have something for everyone. They've got all kinds of armchairs and love seats. And they'll go all the way up to an 8-seat sectional. You need something big. So you're not locked into anything, too. You can start out small if you want to, buy more pieces. You'll see how it works. So now if you go to the old-fashioned department store or even a furniture store, you're going to have just there's going to be cheap furniture. You can waste thousands of dollars a lot of time, sometimes on cheap materials, often comes from overseas, and it'll take weeks or longer, for it to arrive. With allform.com/Bubba, the furniture arrives fast. Shipping's always free. You could have your new chair or sofa in 3 to 4 days, customized exactly the way you want it. And you don't need a screwdriver or anything like that. It's set-to-go tools are free, okay? So if you're worried you're not going to like it, that's not a problem either. How about a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund? Nothing to lose. Means that you can instead think about you and your family all enjoying the new furniture together. So go to allform.com/Bubba. We're going to save you 20% off anything that you buy. And you will get, check this warranty, a forever warranty. That's allform.com to save 20% off anything you buy. Allform.com/Bubba. Be sure you use that URL. It's linked also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so to the phones we go. Cameron is headed to Bristol, Tennessee. Cameron, go right ahead. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
Fired up, Cameron. You headed to Bristol for the dirt race?
I already going to that dirt race. I'm so excited. Me and the boys. I got Mason Kelly, Dalton Templeton, James Austin, and Will Piggott with me.
Well, how about that? Everybody say hey. So, what do you think about putting a little dirt down at Bristol?
That's a little weird.
You don't like it?
Oh, wow. Did you see that face, Rick? You don't like it.
They've already had that race.
They have, but I can tell you don't like it.
Well, where is he headed to Bristol for? He says he's headed to Bristol for the dirt race.
Maybe they're having a different, not NASCAR, somebody else. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure they have things
Did
going
you
on
like
all the time.
NASCAR putting some dirt down?
Not really, no.
There it is.
There it is. It's different, but
NASCAR peers.
Well, you can't hide how you feel.
Look, if Rick, Greg, if it ain't Talladega, he's against
No,
it.
you're right. You're right.
I mean, he's a purist.
He
I
is.
am.
He likes that old big one where you can't even see the whole thing.
That big old 33-degree banking.
You love it, don't you?
2.6 miles.
If it ain't Digger, it ain't racing.
That's it.
Willie.
Hey, they're special there, that's for sure.
No doubt. Willie on I-65. Willie, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just got a question. So, do y'all think that Elon Musk is the Antichrist?
I'm going to vote no on that right now. At this point.
I think his rockets wouldn't blow up as much.
This is what I'm thinking is he's supposed to be liked by everybody, and a lot of right-wingers like him and left-wingers. I was just wondering what your thoughts on him are.
I don't think he qualifies. Again, you have to go back to the check marks to meet the qualifications. I don't know that you check all the boxes on him yet. But it may be a little early. Who knows?
I'm yet to see a well-known, respected religious leader, legitimize him. That hasn't happened.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be headed to, maybe blaspheme the temple. I don't see that happening. Could, maybe, I don't know.
I like the part of his, his science, his rockets, and the fact that he he has some really common sense business approaches that I think have been lost in our culture that I really do like.
Can I tell you this? If he survives a mortal head wound,
look out. Then we're checking. Hey, Rick, then we're checking boxes. Okay, we got some boxes to check.
Now we got the boxes that we just checked.
Now, where's he from? He's not from the U.S.
The original Roman Empire? I don't think
well,
so.
that's what I was asking. Where is he from, by the way? Do y'all know?
I have no idea. No, I don't know.
I know he moved here. Is he from Austria, too?
No idea. I know nothing about Elon Musk.
He's got a
South
Africa.
South
Africa.
Kid's got a weird name. I know that.
South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think South Africa qualifies as the Roman Empire, do they, Rick? I mean, just in the way I would look at it, I'd have to really get the pencil out to figure that one out.
It was really big. I mean, matter of fact,
it was big.
It got too big to protect.
But South Africa?
I don't think so.
That's a long way.
It may be. I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
But I don't. I just because you're well liked and you've had some success in business does not. I mean, you got to make a few more jumps to get to the hey, we're on the Antichrist watch.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And I don't see Elon bringing the world together to one world government and declaring I will bring peace to the entire world.
Yeah, he seems too much of a capitalist for that.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Now maybe it gets a blow to the head. We'll watch.
Yeah, we'll be careful.
Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Hello, Anonymous. How are you?
Hey, Biggins. How y'all doing?
I'm good. How about you, bro?
I'm all right. So I need some relationship advice real quick.
Okay.
My wife, who's a nurse, supports the mask mandates and the distancing and crowd limits and all that stuff in order to help hospital admissions stay low.
Mhm.
And so I'm wanting to know how in the world do I, help and support her, but also push for individual freedom and all that thing, because I'm in the bus of like letting people choose what they want to do. If they want to wear a mask, wear it. If they don't.
Okay, well, look, here you go. I think I've got the happy medium on this. We don't disagree with her saying that is steps to help keep any virus from spreading, okay? But the point is that we have to balance that with not destroying our society. And while the virus peaked out, we had all of this. We were flattening the curve, but now that it's falling away, we ought to be able to do without it, right?
Yeah, so what do you think about the variants and whatnot?
Well, the variants have not proven that they're deadlier than the wild version of it. There's speculation. They don't know. But the vaccination is supposed to be covering people for them. So it shouldn't be a problem, right? Am I missing something?
Yeah. I think I would just keep talking about with her field because she knows this. We have treatments that are better.
Yep.
The vaccines, they claim, seem to cover the variant because they said they went on they went out there wider on their antibody. I'm using the word antibodies, but protection, like our natural antibodies. You show me, Bubba, might help us in a narrow, and then they went a little wider,
broader
spectrum with the vaccines. Now they claim that these variants are stopped by the vaccine. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's what they're claiming. She would be able to maybe answer that. I would use her knowledge almost to your advantage by saying, well, now, honey, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't the vaccines cover the variant? That would be a good thing to say, kind of a loving, supportive husband thing.
I would say if it doesn't, then we shouldn't be worried about getting them so much.
Because I'm going to tell you something about the female-male relationship, equal but not the same, equal but distinct. You have to almost let her talk herself into coming up with what you want in the end. It can never be that you talked her into it or that you won. It can never be that.
Right.
So what you're going to have to do.
She wins, but you get your line of thinking.
So if she has so much expertise and she works in the medical field, use her own knowledge of the medical field to make your point that really having mandates isn't really necessary anymore, but those that are the most susceptible to problems, they can continue to protect themselves. But our society has to return back to normalcy because some of this has had such a damaging effect on the broader picture. At some point, we'll be protecting ourselves from in a world where we no longer have the basic things.
Yeah, and let's face it, a lot of these payments going to hospitals, doctors, and nurses are generated by us having businesses that can pay taxes. There's a point where we run out of money.
So your next play is, well, honey, and this is what you say, you probably know more about this than I do, obviously because of your expertise and the studying that you've done.
you educate me. Doesn't the vaccine cover the variants? That's your next play. That's the next thing you say.
Yeah, and Heath, here, like we were talking about a minute ago, we're looking at something now that's 99% survivable. I mean, if it was 50-50, we might all be looking at this a little bit different. But, when it's in the high 90s that you can survive it.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't get those kind of odds driving down the road most of the time.
And I know you've seen it too, Anonymous, and she has too. I see a lot of I'm checking the box mask wearing, but I see all kinds of problems. People got their nose out of it. It's not down in it.
Oh, yeah.
It's hanging. Some people wear it as a chin strap and they act like they've got a mask
Right,
on.
yeah.
This thing we're doing in restaurants, I've already covered that. That's asinine. It just doesn't really seem to make much sense. There's very few people that you see wearing a mask correctly in a society that claims everybody's got it on, but not many people have it on right. So I got news for you. Our exposure is still there.
Yeah.
So we kind of know how it will be because I would say the majority of the people don't even wear them right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. You know, we talked about on the show a lot about kind of a lost art, and you know, but and this is older men helping younger men. You know, older women helping younger women. You know, there's a certain mentor responsibility that we all have. Most importantly, spiritually, but also just in life in general. Not as important, but still important. And Bubba, I remember when I decided that I was going to try to do a little better and move around a little bit, do a little exercising, which I do not enjoy. I don't like to do workouts and stuff like that. I didn't enjoy it when I was playing a little ball, and you know, when the few commitments I made in my life that I really stuck to is when I left playing ball. I said I'll never work out like that again, and sadly, I really stuck to that. But I started trying to
Rick, to keep that.
Yeah, I started trying to do a little better a few years ago. And you know this man. I remember when I showed up, I was tricked into going to these workouts by my wife, and then she went and started doing something else and left me there. Okay, and so it started out as we're going to try to do a little better together, and then she realized that because she pretended it wasn't CrossFit because she knew I wouldn't go. And then I discovered that it really was, okay, and then I've been there ever since. And I am thankful, all kidding aside, to the guys there at Godspeed that have taken me under their wing and helped me with an area of my life that needed some work. But I'm still that same guy that I remember all the strength and conditioning coaches that I ever dealt with. And this is one thing that my dear friend Rich Wingo does not like to hear about. He does not like this part of me. It infuriates him because he's all in, he's gung-ho, he was a strength and conditioning coach, and this really, really bothers him. That I was told by every strength and conditioning coach, Burgess, if you would just do the workout. Remember we said earlier about the guy who's on Varsity Blues? If you know, all this genius should be used for good.
Right. We gotta find a way to move this in a positive way.
So, and all my strength and conditioning coaches would say, Burgess, if you would just devote the same genius to doing the workout as you do at finding ways around it,
right?
You know, just do. If you would just devote that much,
you'd be a beast.
Just do it.
You'd be a CrossFit champion, Rick.
Yeah. Well, now I'm older a guy, and I showed up, and there was another older guy there who's about 20 years older than me, maybe a little less than that, maybe 15 years older. And Bubba, that's our friend Lucky Bailey.
Right. The great Lucky Bailey.
So and to be in the shape he's in at his age, I can only hope and pray. Not going to happen, okay? But he said to me the day I arrived, and I was, you know, I got up to 305 pounds and needed to address this part of my life, and he said, look, at your age, which hurt coming from a guy in his 70s, he said, remember why we're here. Don't let these young people, don't get caught up in all that because you're going to end up in the hospital. You're not going to be working out. Here's why we're here. We're here to sweat. We're here to get our heart rate up, and we're here to try to still have not have man boobs. Okay,
there it is.
Right. So that we're not going to be world class. That's over. You know what I mean? So we're here. So let's not get ourselves hurt, but let's benefit from this mainly to get our heart rate up and sweat a little bit. Okay. So don't anything outside of that, son. Don't. And he was such a good mentor and such a good teacher. You know, he would teach me how to look at these workouts and say, now let me tell you what that means to us. You know, and he would do these little things. And he taught me so much, and I'm so thankful for him. But now it's my job to pass it along to others.
So there's a guy that started out young, but now he's, as I told him the other day, he's become somebody's dad. Okay, and he's got his first kid. He hasn't been able to come much. He's been gone for quite a while, and he's gotten himself now more in my category than the category he was in before. Okay,
all right,
and he needs my help. Okay, so
and those first couple of times back are so tough.
Yeah, well, yesterday we were in a workout that was going to involve running. Okay, which is, and this is me running.
Wow.
And this is,
look at that.
Yeah, this is. But
it almost looks like you're posed running, Rick.
Yeah. Well, I may have been.
That's possible.
That's possible.
Looks like he's about to do the moonwalk.
Photo op.
Yeah. So here I am.
How do we know you're not faking this?
Look at the hair flying.
Well, Bubba, the answer to that is you don't know. Okay. So let's go back to this. It involved, when we got to what they call the energy part, it involved 60-yard sprints, a 16-minute workout separated in 2 8-minute groups.
Boo.
So the first 8 minutes nonstop, you run 60 yards, and then you do 10 American kettlebell swings, run 60 yards, 10 kettlebell swings, run 60 yards till 8 minutes was over.
You okay, Greg?
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
Bringing back memories.
What is American?
The old kettlebell.
What did you
up
say?
above the head. The Russian just comes here. The American goes above your head.
Oh,
okay. So
So we made the American one more difficult than the Russian.
Of course.
Okay.
Because the Cold War's still going.
You're right. I got it.
So anyway, so then with no break, when they go to the second 8 minutes, okay, it would be immediate. Like no matter where you are, if he says time, then you're back to the sprint. No matter where you were in the kettlebell swings.
Yeah.
And now the second phase, you run 60 yards, do 3 pull-ups, 6 push-ups, and 9 air squats. And that's inside because you got to get to the pull-up bar and all that.
Oh.
Now listen.
Say that one more time.
But you got
I'm trying to follow this.
So
I don't know the exercises like
the first
speed.
one you stay outside the whole time.
I got it.
Which means in my world the trainers can see you.
Right.
Yeah, you're out in the open.
But when you go inside to do the pull-up and the push-ups and the air squats, you could have done the air squats outside, but the pull-up and the push-up pulls you back inside. And back
air
into
squat
more
places
is
to
what?
hide.
just nothing. You're just squatting with no weight, no anything.
Okay.
All right. So
it's like a prison
So
squat.
so then because they've got 2 lines of people working out, the trainer wanted the back row to do the pull-up, push-up first because we're back there by the stuff. But he looked to me, the wily veteran, and said, Rick, which one your group want to do first? I said we're going to be outside first. And the young guy looks at me and goes, what? I said, stay with me.
Yeah.
Stay with me. And he said, why do we want to go out and do this? I said, son, just stay with me. Okay? So we do the first one, and we're dying. We're dying. Well, now the second one, when we need the rest the most, we get to go back inside. And all of a sudden, we got back inside, and I said, stand here a minute. And we started, I said, take your time on this. And he looked at me, and he said, oh, wait a minute. I said, you remember we was out there swinging that kettlebell? All we had was a kettlebell and a run. And we're out there in the open.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's do that on the front end. Because now we stay in here long enough, we're running fewer sprints until the 8 minutes is up.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at me. I said, no, we're going to do it. I said, he jumped. I said, whoa, take your time now.
Come out.
Hold on. Hey, do these push-ups. Lay there a minute.
No heroes here.
Hey, lay there a minute. And he goes, oh, I see now why you flipped it. I said, yeah, man. You want this on the back end because in doing these, we can get in here and rest more. We were dead men walking out there. We're out in the open, everything we're doing, and it's only 2 movements. So we're running a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, in here, see, we've got 4 total movements. There's 3 movements in here to rest before we go back to sprinting. And he looked at me and he said, that gray in your beard means something. I said, just stay with me, son. Stay with me. You'll get your heart rate up. You'll do what's needed. But I'm telling you. And he just looked at me and he said, if you weren't here, I'd be in so much trouble right now.
Uh-huh.
And I said, but that's my job as an older guy. I said, Lucky did it for me. I'm doing this for you. And you need to do it for another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and